Sure. Oh, the stool is a bit like hard to sit.
One, two, three. One more. One, two, three. Okay. Thank you.
Test, test.
One more. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hi, good day, everyone. We will have a panel coming up shortly. So, if you're interested to learn more about a career in tech in finance, what are the opportunities in the space, what are employers looking out for, please come over here, have a seat, and we will be starting shortly. So, I repeat, we will be having a panel discussion exploring the opportunities in tech in finance shortly. So, if you are interested in exploring a career in tech in finance, or you are currently working in tech in finance, you want to find out more, please take a seat and then we will commence shortly. Thank you very much.
Sorry, with the mic in hand, we just hold it up. As in, there's nothing we need to press or anything, right?
Yeah. So it's already on.
Yeah. No. Where the mics work. Do I need to press anything? Right, shall take.
Hi, good day. We are having a panel in 1 minute. So our panel is on exploring career opportunities in tech in finance. If you are looking for new opportunities or you want to find out what are the latest happening in this space, please have a seat. Join us for this panel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's
Cheering crowd.
my colleague from London. Yeah.
Where's his banner?
So we need to attract some crowds.
Right, exactly.
It's actually a new.
I've got a minute.
Your colleague.
Yeah, give me
All right. You think we are ready to go, or should we wait a while?
I think we go because I think that will hopefully.
Yeah, more right. Maybe we can like let me share. Hi everyone, we are having a panel discussion shortly and our topic is on exploring career opportunities in tech in finance. So if you are a mid-career person, you are early career, you are looking to join tech in finance, feel free to join us for this panel. And we have amazing panelists here. We have Ben from eFinancial Career, we have Paul from Grid Search, and we also have Ash from UBS. So we have like panelists with like a wealth of experience, both in-house, both as headhunter, both as job search portal. So if you're interested to learn more about opportunities in tech in finance, in a career in tech in finance, please take a seat and we will be starting shortly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly.
Join.
We've done a good job. There were only 2 a minute ago.
Yeah, no, I was worried. It was a bit
Yeah,
embarrassing.
not bad.
Nobody there.
Yeah, I think we can start shortly. Yeah, it's quite filled already. Great.
You don't get this in the metaverse.
Right, exactly.
So we have a few front seat left, the best seat. Before we begin in 30 seconds, please have a seat. Otherwise, you will need to stand. Great. All ready?
All ready?
All ready, all good. Our start?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do
since
it.
I think we have like quite a few.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, good day everyone. Thanks for joining us for this panel on exploring career opportunities in tech in finance. Great to have everyone here. My name is Yun Han. I will be the moderator for this session. I'm actually an advisor at Modal, which is a blockchain ecosystem builder as well. All right, so before we begin, I have some questions for you. Any one of you here, you are currently in a career related to tech in finance. Can you raise your hand? All right, I see some show of hands here. Next question. Any of you here currently not in a career related to tech and finance, but interested to explore, be it if you are in your early career or in your mid-career? All right, I see more hands. Very good. So this is what this panel is for. The purpose of this panel is for everyone here to explore potential career opportunities for tech in finance, especially because this space is booming. All right, so I hope that after this panel, you have a good takeaway, which is whether you should join tech in finance, or maybe you can think, is there sufficient and good opportunities for me to join tech in finance as well? So here's how the panel will flow. We will have the panel to introduce themselves shortly, and then we will cover some key topics such as what are the trends in tech and finance, what are employers looking out for in tech and finance, and what are future opportunities and future trends. After that, we will open the floor for everyone here to ask questions. So if you have any questions later on during the Q&A, feel free to ask as well. So is everyone ready to start? Ready to find out more about a career in tech and finance? If you are ready, let's begin, and let's have our awesome panel here to introduce themselves. So maybe let's start from Ash.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Ash. Thank you for coming. I work in UBS today, the world's largest wealth manager. Predominantly, where I sit in is the Chief Digital Information Office, which is where our technologists are, and a lot more managing things around data, automation, and all. So I manage the regional strategy and also the location strategy in terms of building out interesting initiatives and all. And one of them, very core to us, is building our local talent capabilities in Singapore and the region. So it's great to speak to everyone today.
Good morning, everyone. So my name's Paul. I'm the founder and CEO of Grit. We're a recruitment solutions company working with a lot of the highest growth digital native companies in the region, with a particular focus on fintech, crypto, Web3, and blockchain.
Okay, good morning, everybody, as well. My name is Ben Scuffins. I'm from eFinancial Careers. For those of you that don't know eFinancial Careers is a specialist online recruitment platform, and we've also got 3 areas of focus. So the traditional banking, tech in banking, and of course, fintech. So again, for anyone that doesn't know us and wants to check out the latest opportunities in any of these spaces, please go online and, as I say, do check us out.
Awesome. Thank you, Ash, Paul, and Ben for the introduction. I think most of us have already heard of eFinancial Career because this is what we use to actually, apply for jobs. So looking forward to hearing more from all our panelists as well, because they do have a lot of great insights and experience, be it from an in-house perspective, be it from a job portal perspective as well. All right, so first point, we have seen a lot of different trends happening in tech and finance, especially how tech in finance is such a broad term. So can you help to share some key trends that you are seeing in this industry?
Yeah, sure. So first, I think what we need to do is kind of maybe speak to fintech, first of all, as part of this. Fintech in Singapore is massively growing. KPMG have recently stated that it's now 6.2% of the global fintech deal share. That's up from 3.1% in 2020. And there's now 1,000 fintech firms, or over 1,000 fintech firms that are registered in Singapore, which is up from 600 the year before. So it's quite significant growth that we're seeing. There's a real diversity of firms as well, from right level, from kind of pre-seed right through to mature businesses as well. Which is incredible to see. And if you just look around today, I mean, you can really kind of get a sense of that diversity. So I think we need to ask ourselves, what's driving the growth? First and foremost, there's lots of government support in the form of grants. So there's a digital transformation grant that's available. There's also the regulatory technology grant that's available. But there's also a base level of high quality talent that's also available in Singapore, which makes Singapore a very, very interesting place. Now, that is just the fintech story. We also need to consider the broader tech and finance story as well. So I think, as most people will appreciate, banks have been on the digital transformation journey pretty much for the last decade. And ultimately, they are competing for exactly the same talent. Some of these organizations are now reporting that up to 50% of the hiring that they do is tech-based. So again, it's creating some very interesting dynamics, and I know that we're going to address that, later in the conversation.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben. What about Paul? What do you think?
I mean, I think Ben's covered it well, but I think what's super interesting about Singapore at the moment is it's really the hub of the region. You look at Singapore, there's over 400 VCs operating in Singapore right now, so it's very much become an investment hub. When you look at fintech, it's not just about Singapore, it's about the broader region, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, huge unbanked populations there, a lot of innovation going on in terms of how do you drive and enable payments, enable banking services into populations that haven't necessarily had access before. So from an innovation standpoint, I think fintech is proving not only popular in terms of longer term investment, but from a career standpoint, going into that space, you're really working at the cutting edge of technologies that that are emerging within this, regional market now.
So I'll cover both, agree wholeheartedly both Ben and Paul's point. So from an international bank standpoint, Asia and APAC is the fastest growing region that we're seeing in terms of our global revenues. With that, we also see even faster growth in the regions, Paul, to your point, where we need to bring that digital experience closer to the markets. And all these require quite regional and quite local skill sets that we need to have here instead of distributed in different parts of the world. So that's driving a lot of our localization of capabilities. That's also driving a lot of additional skill sets we need to look at, because it's not just the experience we bring to the clients, but also the security of the firm in the region. Henceforth, cybersecurity, software engineering, data analytics, these are things that we're trying to bring here, grow that skill set, both from local and foreign talents, and really try and bring an APAC for APAC experience to further our growth plans in the region. So those are the key things driving where our heads are.
Great, thanks for sharing. So I see that there is a lot of growth, there is a lot of demand, especially in APAC. And just now, Ash, you mentioned about the demand for skill sets. So can you help to dive deeper? So what are employers specifically looking out for in terms of skill sets? So let's say I am trying to apply for a job. What are some things that I should note, and what are some skill sets that are more high in demand in the market?
So I'll take that question first from a mindset perspective, right? So if you look at the traditional way of how we look at talents, we look for someone who fits in the bill, ticks the boxes. All right, this fits, let's hire you for this particular job. Whereas now we look at things in a probably a lot more broader. We look at things to go, look, there are a set of skills that should be transferable across different roles. And these skills are what we look out for, and quite often they're not very in-depth into the technical side of things. There will be some prerequisite depending on what the exact seniority we're looking for, but the soft skills, the transferability, the ability to fit into the culture, continuously learn, these are things that we look out for out of an individual. And we also kind of think, look, when you join the family, it's also up to us to provide you that continuous learning journey that we look at. So when these things come together, we find the fit for the role, we develop together with the talent, and that's how we kind of build the kind of capabilities around it. So again, versus the old way, I want someone with 10 years, who've done Java for X number of years in this platform. We know that's scarce. Hence, we need to grow it, nurture it, and look at different angles that I just covered earlier.
Great. So most firms, like what Ash mentioned, have a more long-term thinking. We are just not looking for people to fill jobs, but rather we are trying to nurture people for the role. So I think this is good news for job seekers out there as well, because we all want to grow with the company. What about Ben? What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think when it comes to mindset that you just touched on there, I think it's really important, and especially in the context of fintech. I think candidates need to be prepared to essentially roll up their sleeves and get involved in tasks that they might not be used to doing, elsewhere. They need almost a startup mentality. It's really, really important. So that's on mindset. I think from soft skills are often talked about a lot, but I think we've got to ask ourselves, what are the soft skills? And typically the things that we hear from our customers is it's really about people skills, and the ability to be able to communicate, the ability to be adaptable and to collaborate is super, super important. And actually the soft skills at times can be just as important as the hard skills. So again, if you're considering a career in fintech, do not minimize this element. It's super, super important.
Interesting. Paul?
Listen, right now there's a scarcity of talent in the sense that you look at studies, they're going to say by 2030, there's a study I think by Korn Ferry, where there's going to be a deficit of 47 million digital professionals in the APAC region alone, which means you do not have enough experienced talent. And I know there's a number of people here that are looking to maybe switch into fintech. There's not enough talent to fill all the roles that are going to be coming up in terms of the growth that's there. Now, I think core areas that we see where clients are hiring for in volume tends to be your core sort of software engineering roles, cybersecurity, data. You're seeing growth around blockchain, product management. Those are the kind of the core areas, particularly as the business is earlier in the cycle, they need to get those products right. Now, as they begin to progress through Series B and so on, then they tend to go for more commercial roles. Often we're asked if someone's wanting to do a career switch, how do you make yourself relevant and interesting when you don't necessarily have the core experience? So if you take something like blockchain, what are you doing outside of your current role to demonstrate your interest and passion into that area? Are you taking on other projects? Are you trading in crypto, for example? Are you active on Discord? It's really showing that you are genuinely interested in that area and you're willing and able to demonstrate and show time outside of your normal day-to-day job to understand that area more. And that's often what clients look for if they can't find exactly the right fit. But I think that's the opportunity for a lot of people. If you want to move into a space, you've got to take on time, whether that's studying other courses, whether it's getting involved in other projects, where it's asking work, can I get exposure to this for that area you want to pivot into? Because the reality is there won't be enough people with all the required skills, but it'll be those that demonstrate that will then get the opportunities to pivot.
Paul, do you think we can find someone with 20 years of blockchain experience?
No. And I think the reality is, even if you look at digitization, look at social media, there's so many jobs that have just appeared in the last 5 to 7 years that didn't even exist past that. This area is hugely fastly emerging. So the more you can immerse yourself in that outside of your day-to-day job and demonstrate your passion for that, increases your chances of shifting if you're not in that space already.
Speaking of roles, since we are talking about demands in roles in tech and finance, can we maybe go more specific? Are there any trending, specific roles that employees are applying for, or what are you seeing right now, for example, in e-financial career?
Yeah, definitely. So I think in terms of the trends, I think we need to consider where the investment is. So climate change obviously is at the top of everybody's agenda. So I think that we'll see a lot of roles filtering down into ESG in broader tech and finance, but also green tech in terms of fintech as well. So I think these are the areas where we'll see a lot of the roles. Equally, there's continued investment into areas like AI and machine learning, and again, we'll continue to see more and more of these roles coming through. But I think kind of from a trends perspective, I think we'll also continue to see it being a candidate-led market because, to Paul's point, there's still not enough supply of candidates basically in the market, which basically gives candidates more choice for those that have got the right hard skills and soft skills. Of course, it gives them more bargaining power. But yeah, it's creating some pretty interesting challenges in the market for sure.
Paul?
I'd agree with Ben. I think AI, machine learning, data, a lot of companies, particularly their focus is on building a product or a platform that has a lot of users and ways in which they can effectively remove friction, provide services to those users, mean they need to be able to understand the data effectively. So data and AI are big areas. In line with that, security. We hear about that every day, in terms of some issue around user security. So security becomes something that is ongoing, and that will be a continued growth area for organizations to focus on. And then core functions like engineers, there's never going to be enough coders to build the products. So engineering is going to be kind of evergreen in our view.
To retain trust in using Singapore as a very key hub for growth, security and risk management is increasingly important and increasingly mature. So that's also where we're looking at professionals who are able to use those skills to look at what the tech landscape is and apply some of the risk management practices. So these professionals are what we look out for. Just something to add on to what Ben and Paul has already said. We're also looking for people who are able to very succinctly and clearly translate business speak to technical speak and vice versa. Because for banks, the reality is we deal with core infrastructure, which we don't change from year to year or even 3 years at a time. Probably we take 10 years or more just to change, but we're continuously enhancing these techs and platforms. So the idea now is if we need to drive technology as a differentiator for our business, then the business needs to understand what tech can do, and tech needs to understand what the business wants to do. And becomes an evolutionary cycle that we get better and better and better, rather than ripping everything out, changing it in 3 years. That wouldn't happen in a bank because we're built off a very solid foundation that is incremental in nature.
Great. So we have heard from the employer side of view, like what employers are looking out for, what are some of the key roles and demands, and our panelists mentioned things like tech, cloud, AI, building the infrastructure as well. So let's shift the view over to employees as well, because with COVID-19, you all know how we have changed the way we work with remote working. And also, I think there is this trend of the great resignation. If companies don't successfully attract employees, if they don't listen to employees, then they may lose the companies. So let's talk more about diversity and the rise in remote work. Maybe we can have Paul to share, because Paul, I understand for Grit, you all are quite innovative in terms of coming up with new solutions. For example, I went to your website, I saw that instead of having to submit your CVs for companies, for Grit, you can actually let companies find you instead. So this is a new model with diversity as well. So maybe you want to share more?
Sure. I mean, I think, Grid has become, we've kind of tipped the model on its head to a certain degree, where it's about organizations finding talent and applying to them versus the other way around. But I think when it comes to how do employees attract, retain, and engage, a lot of that is, and it's interesting, I think remote work is huge. Not many organizations now are forcing employees to come to work. A lot of it we're seeing is really companies either employing a hybrid approach, and there'll be arguments that actually it's great to get the teams together because you can build collaboration, you can build around vision, you can build around growth, and actually some individuals like that. But generally, what you tend to find when we're speaking to talent, they don't want to go into the office full time. I want to go in once, twice a week, but I want flexibility, I want to work remotely. I think more and more now, what we're also seeing when you look at the digital visas that are being offered in Phuket, in Bali, a lot of people are beginning to think about, actually, do I want to go into work at all? Can I work remotely? So a lot of organizations are grappling with how do we manage and build a cohesive workforce that's aligned to the same vision, where we can continue to develop them. So I think a lot of this is still emerging. It's post-pandemic, right? I think we all realized in the pandemic we didn't necessarily miss going to the office 9 to 5. We worked out we could have a bit more balance. But actually, can you build an effective business remotely? Now, when we work with crypto firms or blockchain firms, generally they're completely decentralized. It's not about actually going into the office at all. You could hire someone in Turkey as long as they work in the same time zone as you want that team to work. And that's an area where we're seeing more and more companies seeing, okay, well, this is beginning to work for them. How do we do that? So I think most organizations generally are looking at talent, but also looking at what do we need to do to engage employees? But then the challenge is on the employer, to be honest, to work out how do we actually engage and get everyone on the same page, aligned to the same mission and vision. And that's what's so interesting, I think, about decentralized networks and Web3. Because if you're in that space, often you're doing that project because you are super passionate about it. And that comes from an individual side. For larger corporates, and it'd be interesting to hear Ash's perspective on this, but for larger corporates, it's trying to grapple with, we've moved from a fixed model of work to how do we engage our employees?
We look at diversity and the work experience in multiple facets, right? So I think in Asia, it's easy to think diversity is male or gender-based diversity. Definitely, we have internal targets to make sure that it's where we want it to be in terms of a balance. But we also look at diversity in backgrounds, seniority, and how that mixes up in a small 8 to 12 man team. Because what we've realized is then bonds form, people connect, And people are also able to connect by teaching or learning, mentoring, whatnot, right? So we have this good mix around there. And again, when there's a good mix of local and foreign talents, there's a lot of learning across the regions that happens as well. So that's how we view diversity and how to mix things up in the right dynamics so that it's a sustainable team. We kind of also look at the workplace more for a place to engage and have fun. Because work can happen anywhere. We've proven that in COVID. Work can happen anywhere. We did not suffer too much, if at all, a drop in productivity. So to get people back, we've got to ask ourselves why and what's the purpose. And at the end of the day, we want that employee identity. We want that diversity of thoughts and creativity. And this can only happen if the workplace is fun, open, and conducive to do so, which is also why we've built our building nowhere near what offices used to look like. There are play spaces, there are chill out spaces, there are cafeterias, everything that you can imagine for it to be a nice hangout place, we have it in the office.
Curious how the office look like, because like when I go to big office, wow, it's really like home. You have everything you need, but like some people say that's a trap. They are trying to force you to stay in office, but yeah, I think that is just a running joke as well. Ben, do you have anything you want to add on regarding diversity?
No, not on diversity. I think
All right.
I think these guys have covered it well.
Great. So with this, since we have so many of you here, and I assume that most of us here, we are interested in potential careers in the region, like Asia Pacific and Singapore. So maybe Ben, you can help to share what are some opportunities for local and also overseas job seekers if we have here, if they are seeking for a job in APAC in Singapore.
Well, look, I think first and foremost there is plenty of opportunity, and I think that is the message. I think all organisations will have a Singapore core. That is not going to change. But we do also expect opportunities for overseas talent that meet the criteria of the employment pass. There's also the new passes that are available, which is pretty much at the top of the pyramid, but you've got the tech pass and you've got the one pass as well. And we also know from the MOM, just in terms of EPs, they have returned back to sort of pre-pandemic processing times as well. So, I mean, the message is that there's plenty of opportunity. I think we've covered a lot of the kind of the roles and sort of hard skills before. But yeah, look, I mean, I think it's certainly going to grow and there'll be more and more opportunity.
So I think my takeaway from this panel is there are a lot of opportunities in this space. So it depends on what you are looking out for as well. Let's see.
Can I add something, right? So I'd like to give a shout out to MAS and IBF as well. So for us who are exploring different paths, if you go to IBF's website, there is a full suite of what they call a career skills roadmap. And in there, you're able to find the skills you have vis-a-vis the roles that are available there, and how you pursue your next step of learning. It's really awesomely done, not just because we're in the Pavilion, but I really highly recommend anyone who's interested to pursue a career in finance to take a look at the IBF website and plan through your career and learning path from there. It's awesome.
Just slightly to add to that, because I think that's an excellent point. I think often you can hear, oh yeah, it's so talent short, and you're applying for jobs, and it's okay, why aren't I getting any response if everyone needs to hire in this space? And I think it is about adaptable skills. So I think that's a great place to start in terms of working out, okay, what are you doing right now, and how does that actually match to other areas that maybe you want to go into? Because if you've got no experience in engineering and you're applying for an engineering role, obviously it's going to be very difficult. But if you've got some coding experience and you're applying to a role in a certain area, then it could be more relevant. So yes, it's talent short, but the companies that are hiring still want to see some kind of transferable skill set where they can enable this person to be successful.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, you really got to think about how you highlight those transferable skills, but also do your research as well. Really kind of understand the company that you are applying to. Try and understand where they fit in the ecosystem. We get a lot of complaints from our customers that candidates will just turn up and they might have the hard skills, but they just don't really get what we do, right? So I think there's an element of research that kind of really needs to happen. As well, kind of prior to the recruitment process. But yeah, to your point, I think really highlighting transferable skills is super important.
Sorry, one final point, because I think also from a practical basis, when you're applying to larger companies, they often use an applicant tracking system, an ATS. Now, that's often their first screening channel. So if you've applied for a role and none of your skills, or you don't put forward the skills that you have that match that job description, it's very likely you may not get through that screening process before even a human person looks at your CV. So you do need to be very mindful around matching, obviously where relevant and where you have the experience, to a JD, because that's often a job description, because that's often what an ATS will pick up at the front end if you're applying to a larger organisation.
Speaking of which, because Paul, you mentioned about how there are a lot of application and a lot of CVs that you have to look through, right? So do you have any tips for job seekers? How do you differentiate yourself from all the sea of application? Because I'm pretty sure there is also, even though we have high demand for tech talents, but we also have high supply looking to get placed. So what are some tips do you have for job seekers to differentiate themselves and stand out from the competitors?
I think it's, first step is ensuring that you are matching your skills with that role as much as you can. The second point that Ben alluded to earlier is it is about people skills. It's about your ability to communicate and demonstrate your passion. We see a lot of candidates may go in for an interview and they're rejected or turned down because they just seem aloof, they don't seem that interested in the job, they're not asking many questions. Those kind of things companies want to see. They want to see people that are engaged, that actually want to have a career within that company, they're interested on the journey, that's there. So I think that's important, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, is that it's super important to show that you're doing, if you don't have experience, for example in blockchain or for example in fintech, what are you doing outside of your job to learn it? If you're in an organisation, there's a fintech division, can you ask, actually, can I spend some time just learning about this and speaking to your manager, can you do that? If you're not, and you're not in that industry at all, what can you be doing in terms of building communities, doing courses online, getting involved in whether it's investing or learning about investing in that space, so that when it comes to an interview and you're interviewing in that sector, you're able to demonstrate the passion and the work you've done outside to show that you're likely to be a successful candidate in that space.
Ash, what do you think? Let's say, right, in front of you there are two CVs with similar experience. So what will make an application stand out to you?
First things first, quite often I see CVs that are 5 pages long. So this is a hygiene thing, but short, sweet, and punchy always makes a lot of difference. Just easy to read, right? And then the question begs, how do you make it impactful and easy to read? And that's where you're able to the points already raised, if you're able to bring that commentary or a summary of how what you have done has impacted or helped your division or the business, that's often what we look for. Because as mentioned, where we're growing in the bank is how do we bring technology and the experience closer to the customers. Customers can also mean people internal to the bank. So those are the skills we look at. If someone understands technology is not a piece of code, it's a solution that's enabled by code, and this is why it matters. Those are the kind of, summary headlines and explanations we would love to hear and help someone stand out in the application.
Great, thanks, Ash. For Ben, because I understand you work for eFinancial Career, and eFinancial Career as a job portal as well, you will receive multiple applications. So are there any changes in this system? Are there with time, right? Is there any changes to this kind of job application, or is it still pretty traditional? And how do your clients actually select the candidates, or any tips to the employees and job seekers as well?
Yeah, so I think to Paul's point before, it's mainly through application tracking software as well. So I think being really kind of succinct, and punchy and to the point, is so important. One of the trends that we see in Singapore is, and we get this back from our customers, will say that sort of 65% to 70% even of applications will come from broader financial services. Okay, so some of the roles that they're applying for, typically there might be risk and compliance roles. get way in the context of fintech will get way beyond average application numbers. So it's really, really important that, again, you kind of really think about how that resume is presented to stand out from the crowd. The 30% kind of comes from broader tech. We're hoping that, over time that is going to change, but that's ultimately because of the talent shortages, basically, in that space.
Yes, because for me personally, I saw online there are some CVs, right? When they submit to job portal, they actually make the font transparent for some skill sets to be picked by the AI. Yeah, so I'm not sure if there's any advances for the automated jobs seeking dashboard as well for this technology to sieve out this kind of CVs.
Do you know? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think that's something that we need to research. But yeah, it's. I think, as I said before, it's just more about at this stage, sort of been succinct, making sure that you're kind of thinking about those transferable skills. Kind of thinking about as well. Have you looked at the, if there is one, a cultural manifest, which a lot of fintechs now actually have, to really kind of highlight again those soft skills that are required. So I think if you can get that in, into that page one, then that's going to really, really help. And again, if you it all depends on the customer that or I should say the organisation that you're applying for. Again, if it's an organisation that's at pre-seed or seed level of funding, it's quite likely that they're not going to have application tracking software in place. It is going to be old school. It's going to be sending a resume. It's going to be it's going to be email. Let's be honest. So just make sure that you stand out from the crowd. That's really important.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben, and thanks, panelists, for sharing. We have some time left for Q&A from the floor. So any of you here, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and then one of our volunteers will actually pass the mics to you as well for you to ask. All right? So, here, thanks.
Yeah. Hi. My name is Sangeet. Yeah. So thanks for you able to hear me? Yeah. So no.
Soft. So maybe.
Is it better?
Yeah. This is better.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Thanks for sharing everything, but I think when I just started listening to this session, right? I think what I'm specifically looking is based on whatever you guys said. Yes, there are general roles yes, that is always needed, right? For example, the product, let's say the product owners or even the developers, these are nothing specific to, let's say, Web3 or blockchain. I mean, this is there for decades, this role is there. But what I am saying is, let's say a decade back, if the tech guys they want to get into a career. For example, let's say a web-based any career. So it is there, it's not something tied to enterprise or something, right? It's not hard. You can just learn yourself. You can try yourself. But today, very specific to this Web3 and a blockchain, it's not something even if you take a course, you're not going to get a full picture out of it. All this Web3 and all this blockchain is connected to these large enterprise organization. You cannot do any hands-on or something other than just trying out the tools and technologies available. So how do we, and also very specific to the CV question itself, how can I put something okay, I cannot put I have experience of 4 years in blockchain, right? Because it's just emerging. Whereas earlier, let's say if I want to get into a full stack, or I want to get into a DevOps, or I want to get into web technology, yes, there's always that experience relevance matter. But here, very specific to Web3 and blockchain technologies, what is the starting point? One of the tips I like what you said. Yes, I mean we need to understand how it really works, so we can go and invest. I mean, try out of our office hours. We can get into real world situation, try out just investing in few crypto coins and try out understand how this decentralized thing works. But beside that, from the tech perspective, how do we? Where's the starting point, for this transformation? Yeah.
Just to be clear, as a developer, going from one area to another,
yes,
and going into blockchain development
correct,
as an example.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's important to be active on channels like Twitter, because Twitter is obviously, the main crypto channel, or Discord, and following the projects there and being aware of the projects on Discord and the kind of teams, and following them, that there's a genuine level of interest there. Often when we see, for example, someone shifting from into a crypto fund, utilizing blockchain technology, they'll tend to come from a high-frequency trading type background, right? Because there's still a demand there. I think there's a lot of projects going on, though, in Discord where it is about passion projects, and I would be reaching out to some of those projects directly that capture your interest and see how you might be able to add value to those teams. Because it's not so much about getting employed by that particular project, it's about working in teams on projects and demonstrating you're doing something outside of that. I think you've got to, if it's specifically crypto, then you need to be involved in crypto in the sense that you need to know what's going on in that space. You could be doing some trading, on the side yourself. You could be involved in the crypto groups and communities. But if you want to go into Web3 development, you need to get involved in working with teams that are actively doing that, and doing that on a voluntary basis first, to then begin to build and understand that skill set. It's interesting when we look at hiring often blockchain developers or Web3 developers or smart chain contractors. We don't necessarily go through traditional channels. We tend to use Discord and recommendations from people who have worked on similar projects to find the talent, because they don't have traditional CVs. So it's not like building up a CV, and a career path within that.
Exactly.
It's project involvement that can actually, help you take that step forwards.
Okay, I think maybe I have a question to you. Like, when it comes to a traditional bank which has a long history of not really the fintech startup kind of culture. Like, how is the same thing is applicable?
Same thing.
Yeah,
as
in the sense just hiring let's say a developer or a tech person into the Web3 or blockchain space.
So I'll just add something onto Paul's point first, right? To your original first question. There is a lot of support from various associations and industries. I'm probably talking maybe not specifically to Web3 right now, but if you go to places like AI Singapore, for example, they do give you support and funding to play around with projects that you can experiment. That's a good place to start as well. Now, reality is Web3, blockchain, if we compare where the banks are in these two topics versus where the fintechs are, these two topics are probably lower on our priority today. Okay? Now, it does not mean we will not move into that space in the very near future. We will. We will. All right? So look out for news in the next couple of months. Now, then the thing becomes, then is that the case that technology in banks are boring, outdated, 25-year-old and all? It's a mix of yes and no. All right? So there are some core banking systems, mainframes, that have to stay for various reasons. But that landscape has to move into emerging and new technologies. The process of moving those stacks onto new technologies brings awesome amount of opportunities. Because you're not switching a Toyota Corolla to a Toyota Camry 2022. You're basically saying, here's a car that works, it's brilliant. While it works, how do we reinvent how the software and functionality works on a different platform altogether? Think of it maybe like an electric car. So you get to then rethink, how do you use the system? Where does it reach out to? What's the usefulness of the data? Where is the business value in the systems? And that's the kind of, expansiveness that now engineers get to play with. Whereas in the past, it was very much, I'll build this system, I maintain this system, I'll patch it to a middleware somewhere. And that's how we've ended up with 10,000 systems. But now we're moving and consolidating those systems, building the capabilities on top of it, and moving it into things like cloud. So you can read on the website as well, for UBS website, how much of our landscape we've moved into cloud. And the question is always, how much can we then maximize now that it's on the cloud? And the outcome is a business value. So I think that's the kind of thinking, culture, mindset we want to bring to the firm, both from a technologist and also a business user. And of course, at the end of it, benefits are for the clients.
Great, thank you. So thanks Ash, Paul and Ben for your insightful sharings, and thank you all audience for joining us as well and for all the questions. We have reached the end of the panel, so thank you so much, and please look forward to more panels from Talent Pavilion, because today there will be more panels after this, and this is not the end of it. So we wish you the best in your career search, and if you want to reach out to any of these panelists after, maybe you can catch them at SFF as well. All right, so thank you very much, and thanks for joining us. We wish you a great journey in your career, be it in fintech, be it in banking and finance, be it in tech and finance as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Randall, and this is how interning at MAS helped prepare me for my future. Here's a brief overview of what we're going through. And now, let's switch scenes. As I walk towards MAS, let me give you a brief overview of what they do. MAS serves as Singapore's central bank. They're responsible for regulating the financial industry, enforcing the monetary policy, maintaining Singapore's foreign reserves, and developing her as an economic hub. MAS comprises both the regulatory and developmental arm. For me, I interned within the developmental arm, specifically under the Fintech and Innovation Group, FTIG. FTIG seeks to develop Singapore's fintech ecosystem and support Singapore's initiatives to become a digital economy. As an intern, I processed digital acceleration grants to help smaller fintechs and FIs digitalize, participated in the organizing committee for Talent Pavilion, and prepared research briefs on foreign fintech and digital asset regulations. In particular, preparing the research briefs was my most significant contribution, as I managed to play a part, albeit a small one, in developing Singapore's fintech ecosystem. And how many people can say they have done that? My research provided a foundation for my supervisors to think of development initiatives and also help them to decide which fintechs to onboard. As a whole, it was an incredible privilege to intern at MAS. The organization has an outbuilding and supportive culture. Everyone is kind, helpful, and understanding. The supervisors make time for us despite their schedules, checking in on us and eating with us too. Sometimes, the deputy director even comes down for a friendly game of ping pong. Culture aside, the work was meaningful and provided learning opportunities. Researching digital asset companies and regulations exposed me to the nascent industry, and it was gratifying when my work was recognized by the deputy director during an FTIC get-together. I'm thankful for the internship for shaping me as an individual. Being a part of a department where everyone works towards a common goal made me realize the true meaning of teamwork and the importance of collaboration and cooperation. Additionally, I also realized the importance of interpersonal skills. In the finance industry, networking is crucial. I was brought to a networking event and I was approached multiple times. This experience showed me that forming connections is paramount, and working with affable and personable colleagues helped develop my social skills, making me more outgoing and friendly. And I can proudly say that I have made new lifelong friends here. I also discovered that it's okay to not know everything. Adapting to life at MAS was a struggle. It was my first job, and I was clueless about fintech. However, I have come to understand that this is normal. Learning is a journey. What matters is putting in my best effort and having the courage to seek help when needed. Aside from personal growth, the internship has helped me better understand the finance industry, specifically on the fintech side. MAS has begun to dive deeper into this burgeoning space. My research helped me to be more informed about the global digital asset climate. I learned about new areas of fintech, the crypto regulations of foreign countries, major players in the Web3 space, along with new terminologies such as memory pools, level 1 protocols, decentralized exchanges, and so on. I also learned about the part MAS plays in developing the finance ecosystem and the importance of customer service. The opportunity to participate in meetings with fintechs taught me how to frame questions and implement winning strategies. Regarding customer service, I learned how to communicate effectively by thinking from the other party's perspective and the importance of positive language and persuasive speech. My time at MES has made it clear to me that I have no future playing pool or ping pong, but it has informed me of a career in the blockchain industry. Blockchain is slated to be the second coming of the internet, and as my supervisors advised, hop onto the trend before it goes. Some roles in the industry that I am exploring include being a blockchain developer, blockchain UX designer, blockchain solutions architect, and so on. With this knowledge, I aim to further my computing skills. However, to be part of the larger fintech ecosystem, I'll need to have a foundational knowledge of finance. Thus, I am leaning towards a double major option at SMU, in finance and tech for business solutions fintech, to provide me with the best of both worlds, with programming knowledge and a foundation in finance to support my career ambitions. Well, this wraps up my video. Thank you to both MAS and SP for giving me this opportunity. So with this, I'll sign off, and I'll see you in school. Bye-bye!
Hi, I'm Randall, and this is how interning at MAS helped prepare me for my future. Here's a brief overview of what we're going through. And now, let's switch scenes. As I walk towards MAS, let me give you a brief overview of what they do. MAS serves as Singapore's central bank. They are responsible for regulating the financial industry, enforcing the monetary policy, maintaining Singapore's foreign reserves, and developing her as an economic hub. MAS comprises both the regulatory and developmental arm. For me, I intern within the developmental arm, specifically under the Fintech and Innovation Group, FTIG. FTIG seeks to develop Singapore's fintech ecosystem and support Singapore's initiatives to become a digital economy. As an intern, I process digital acceleration grants to help smaller fintechs and FIs digitalize, participated in the organizing committee for Talent Pavilion, and prepared research briefs on foreign fintech and digital asset regulations. In particular, preparing the research briefs was my most significant contribution, as I managed to play a part, albeit a small one, in developing Singapore's fintech ecosystem. And how many people can say they have done that? My research provided a foundation for my supervisors to think of development initiatives and also help them to decide which fintechs to onboard. As a whole, it was an incredible privilege to intern at MAS. The organization has an outbuilding and supportive culture. Everyone is kind, helpful, and understanding. The supervisors make time for us despite their schedules, checking in on us and eating with us too. Sometimes, the deputy director even comes down for a friendly game of ping pong. Culture aside, the work was meaningful and provided learning opportunities. Researching digital asset companies and regulations exposed me to the nascent industry, and it was gratifying when my work was recognized by the deputy director during an FTIC get-together. I'm thankful for the internship for shaping me as an individual. Being a part of a department where everyone works towards a common goal made me realize the true meaning of teamwork and the importance of collaboration and cooperation. Additionally, I also realized the importance of interpersonal skills. In the finance industry, networking is crucial. I was brought to a networking event and I was approached multiple times. This experience showed me that forming connections is paramount, and working with affable and personable colleagues helped develop my social skills, making me more outgoing and friendly. And I can proudly say that I have made new lifelong friends here. I also discovered that it's okay to not know everything. Adapting to life at MAS was a struggle. It was my first job, and I was clueless about fintech. However, I have come to understand that this is normal. Learning is a journey. What matters is putting in my best effort and having the courage to seek help when needed. Aside from personal growth, the internship has helped me better understand the finance industry, specifically on the fintech side. MAS has begun to dive deeper into this burgeoning space. My research helped me to be more informed about the global digital asset climate. I learned about new areas of fintech, the crypto regulations of foreign countries, major players in the Web3 space, along with new terminologies such as memory pools, level 1 protocols, decentralized exchanges, and so on. I also learned about the part MAS plays in developing the finance ecosystem and the importance of customer service.
The opportunity to participate in meetings with fintechs taught me how to frame questions and implement winning strategies. Regarding customer service, I learned how to communicate effectively by thinking from the other party's perspective and the importance of positive language and persuasive speech. My time at MES has made it clear to me that I have no future playing pool or ping pong, but it has informed me of a career in the blockchain industry. Blockchain is slated to be the second coming of the internet, and as my supervisors advised, hop onto the trend before it goes. Some roles in the industry that I am exploring include being a blockchain developer, blockchain UX designer, blockchain solutions architect, and so on. With this knowledge, I aim to further my computing skills. However, to be part of the larger fintech ecosystem, I'll need to have a foundational knowledge of finance. Thus, I am leaning towards a double major option at SMU, in finance and tech for business solutions fintech, to provide me with the best of both worlds, with programming knowledge and a foundation in finance to support my career ambitions. Well, this wraps up my video. Thank you to both MAS and SP for giving me this opportunity. So with this, I'll sign off, and I'll see you in school. Bye bye!
Come to Every Worker Matters conversation on breaking into the fintech sector. My name is Serene Koh, and I'm the head of fintech and innovation research at DBS Bank. Hi, Manish. So, today I'm very honored to have our four very distinguished guests here, our panelists, and I thought I'll introduce them to all of you first before I talk a bit more about the panel. So first I have with me April Tan. April is the chairperson of Young NTUC. She's also an executive planner at the URA and an active union member and leader. Now she's leading and the president of URA Workers Union, and she has recently also been appointed to be the member or representative of NTUC UK Fund Board of Trustees. Thank you for joining us today, April. Next, I have Dr. Ernie Tan. Dr. Ernie Teo, who is an academic at NUS. He's a professor in data analytics, and he's right in the heart of fintech. He co-founded the DOCO, which looks at document process solutions built in blockchain. And Dr. Teo is also the vice chairman of Blockchain Association of Singapore. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Teo. Next, we have Sharon, who is the managing partner of Sharon Knight Digital Consulting. She is the go-to person when it comes to anything digital transformation, data-driven strategies. She's the go-to person. She has vast experience in her career, and we'll get into the interesting details as we get in the conversation. And last but certainly not the least, Brian Lim, the final year finance student at SUSS. He's also an active volunteer and the president of the Singapore Youth FinTech chapter. Thank you all for joining me today. Now, today's conversation is going to be very interesting and meaningful because this is part of Every Worker Matters conversation. And what it means is they are trying to get insights into the challenges, the aspirations, the concerns that our workers are facing today. And these will have an impact onto the policies that NTUC will help to champion. So with the fintech scene bustling and investment in fintech breaking all records, it can't be a better time to talk about attracting new talents into the sector and discussing how we can help these new talents break into the sector. So without further ado, let's get right into the conversation. So I thought perhaps let's begin with some overall landscape in the fintech space. Let's begin with Dr. Teo and Sharon. So Dr. Teo and Sharon, both of you are in the fintech sector for a bit. What are some of the observations you have had of the fintech landscape that's evolving, especially since the first time you began in this industry? So Dr. Teo, maybe we begin with you.
Right. I guess fintech has been around for a couple of years now, and the fintech festival is in its 6th year or something, right? What I observe is in the beginning, almost everyone is in startup phase, right? So in a startup mode, you need multitaskers, you need generalists, right? So your coders may also be helping with some administrative work, right? Your companies are very lean and very small, right? But as these companies scale, and we do see that today, right? A lot of companies we saw 6 years ago are now much bigger, much larger size. So as companies scale, the kind of skill sets we need become more specialized, right? So we need HR specialists, we need finance people, but we need finance people that understand the kind of product that we are building, right? So that they know how to put it into the accounting, right? So, and we need HR people to know what kind of people we are hiring so they know who to look out for, right? And how to evaluate their skill sets as well. So it is growing in terms of the kind of specialists we need. So we need all sorts of people, like people in operations, human resource, accounting, finance, other than coders, right? So, but we also need them to understand what the industry is about so that they can apply it into their role. So that's the trend I see. I think everyone is hiring more and they are looking for more talent, right? Beyond developers, beyond just coders, right? Or business analysts, right? And that is a trend. But fundamental understanding of fintech is now more important than ever to break into the industry as well.
Sure, thanks, Dr. Teo. What about you, Sharon? Would you like to add on your views?
I think I second Ernie because he has his own product that went to market very successfully. I speak from someone from the incumbents working with the fintechs. I actually do see the incumbents buying out the fintechs and merging the services into their banks, right? So that's one of the phenomenon as well. Yes, I think it's maturing. I think for young graduates, there's still a lot of opportunity to first enter into a fintech, and then maybe scale towards joining the incumbents as they get bought out. You know, that's a very different kind of strategy altogether. And actually, in the fintech space, you still have the Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 differences, right? While I think Web 2.0 fintechs are maturing, payment space and what have you not, the blockchain space is still very much evolving. So they may still be like what Ernie says, you know, one person wears a scripter hat but still does everything else, right? Script to screen example. They can be coding, but at the same time, they could also be writing comms, for instance. Right? So, and I think one of the key skill sets for young youths entering into this sector is to really have both the soft skills and the hard skills, you know. A couple of years ago, I had a conversation with a CTO from one of the world's largest e-commerce, and he said they really want to look at someone with hardcore skills, you know. So maybe one coding language that you could master that is ubiquitous across your skill sets, maybe in data science or something, I don't know, maybe Python, but yet you do data analytics at the same time. I think that would be what the youth should be looking forward to in terms of even our new workforce. Yeah, sorry, my chair is sinking. I need to stand a bit. Yeah, so that's kind of like my take. Yeah.
Sure. So a lot more emphasis on the application, not just coding, but the application of the language.
I think it's also very important for them to know what they're coding for. You know, the actual use case and the, not just usability, as well as cybersecurity as well, right? But what the actual product is truly meant for, right at the beginning when you started out, may not be the actual final product that go to market, you know. So that's where the whole agile methodology comes in, and you constantly iterate based on your user feedback or user testing feedback, and you better your product. I think that's the kind of open mindset that all our new entrants into the industry needs to bear in mind. It's quite different from the other industries where if you're trained as a doctor or a lawyer, you're pretty much by the book, right? You can't be too creative in the surgical room.
Yep, very true. Okay, so maybe I move on to Brian. So Brian, while you're a student in SUSS, you're not new to Singapore FinTech Festival. So Singapore FinTech Festival is always the largest gathering of thought leaders sharing their views about the future, sharing trends and all. What are some of these trends in the overall landscape that you think are exciting?
Right, so I think for the youth perspective, at least for me, what is exciting really is how Web3 is going to evolve and how the blockchain, AI, all this machine learning is going to help to enhance, first of all, user experience. And next one is how are we going to have more financial inclusion. Now, I think that's very important because that's the real basis of fintech, right? Financial inclusion and how we're going to enhance a better user experience. So I think once we have moved on, what is also quite exciting is how then are the youths going to play a part in this ecosystem? How are we going to get more youth into this ecosystem? And that is where the Singapore FinTech Youth Chapter also comes in to help to bridge the gap.
Cool. So now I'd like to shift a bit of topic into beyond the general landscape. I wanted to move on to building a career in fintech. So April, you are the chairperson of Young NTUC. Could you share with us the support that Young NTUC gives, as well as banking and financial services union gives to our young people who may not know where to start, or they just want to embark on their journey, but if you have some tips or supports that the bodies are giving?
So for Young N2C, we actually made up a team of dynamic young leaders that actually came from all sorts of industries, all walks of life. So we actually aspire to be the voice of young workers in Singapore, be it through course-based programs or it could be career-based programs. So in instance of the career-based, we have this program called LEAD, which stands for Learning is Triggered. Okay, so we do have programs that ranges from like symposiums to work exposure opportunities, and even to very personalized ones whereby we provide like one-to-one support for like mock interviews and also mentoring. So Young N2C, we focus on youths across all industries, whereas on the other hand, BFSU is actually more specific, so they are a union for the banking and finance industry. Yeah, so just during COVID, BFSU has actually helped about 106 youths sort of like help with job placement, so match them to employers. And they do also frequently like promote causes and also do like sharing of knowledge, industry trends, to actually help the members stay relevant in the industry. Yeah. So That's why it's good that they're not only just looking at current workforce, but they've actually also started to engage the future workforce. Yeah, so BFSU just about 3 weeks ago, they actually signed an MOU with the SFA, which is Singapore FinTech Association, and also with the SFYC, which is Singapore FinTech Youth Chapter. So they are actually going to co-develop the talent pipeline for the FinTech sector. So in fact, Brian, the co-president of SFYC is here, so maybe you want to share a little bit more on that.
Right, so I think the recent MOU signing with SFA, BFSU, as well as SFYC really is something one of the kind in the industry. I don't think it's something you can see throughout the various industries where you have a union, you have an association, and you have a youth chapter that all comes together in one ecosystem. So then the question comes, right, as youth, how do I step into this industry? Because we have various from ITEs, from Polys, from JCs. So the first step we did was actually we started Poly FinTech 100, right? So that's for the Poly side. And then we said, okay, we're going to move on to the next step, which is FinTech 101 course. So this is very important because it gives whoever wants to join the FinTech sector a way to come in, right? For example, I'm from marketing, I'm from supply chain. I want to get to the FinTech sector. But the question comes is, where do I start? I have an interest in it, but do I have the right knowledge for it? So that's when FinTech 101 course comes into play and really sets a good foundation. And it's free, by the way, so if you want to join, you also can, right? And then that's the next part of it is also we are moving more towards the IHLs. So we have settled the Poly FinTech 100 site, and the next phase of it, of SFYC this year, is to move into the IHLs, where we continue to build an ecosystem and be the bridge.
Cool. So we hear all the support. Please leverage on it heavily, our online audience and physical audience. Okay, so now moving on to Ernie and a very critical part of the conversation, which will have an impact on the policies that NTUC will champion. So Dr. Ernie, you are a co-founder and you're an educator. You constantly engage the youth, young working adults, and people in the fintech sector. Wanted to hear from you, what are some of the anxieties, concerns that people have surfaced? What are some of the challenges they face, and how do you think these should be addressed, perhaps through policy improvements and all?
Right. Yeah, so like in the universities, definitely, if you notice the trend, most universities now have some courses in fintech or blockchain, right? And people who take those, so I'm one of the early people who started teaching these courses as well, right? And when they come and take these courses, the question, I guess the question in their minds is this course enough, right? Does this course actually bring me into the sector, right? In fact, anything you can learn in the classroom, I feel, is just the beginning, right? It is not enough in a way. Of course, it can bring you into, bring you in the door, right? Because you have taken some fintech class, you can talk about it during your interviews, right? And you can, give your thoughts. Of course, use those classes to develop your thought process, so that you can talk about it when you do interviews. That's the key thing, right? The rest really comes with practical and hands-on experience, right? A lot of us still have no idea what fintech is, right? And we have no way to know, right? Unless we actually start doing and start experiencing for ourselves, right? Of course, it has proliferated into our everyday lives. We are doing like a lot of digital payments now, so we do understand it a bit better, right? But to be actually providing these services is a whole other matter, right? And the schools can't really teach you this, right? The school can't teach you about the kind of problems that will happen when you deploy a product, right? What are the user problems, user feedback, how you're gonna deal with it, right? So the schools are not gonna be able to give you this flavor of things, and that's why I think what the unions and the youth chapters can really consider is how to give the students the practical experience, right? And to allow them to get the hands-on experience that they need, right? There's a lot of companies out there, but I think one thing to really remember is startups are very busy. They don't really have time to mentor interns, right? And that is, so speaking from a point of view of a startup founder, that is my main consideration whenever I think of, bringing on an intern. I have to consider, who do I have that's available to actually mentor this person, or will he just be like sitting there doing nothing while he's interning with me, right? So we need to really consider that, and whether, the union or the youth chapter can help in that respect to plan out what they should be experiencing so that employers understand better what kind of objectives they should be meeting, and how they can also help the employers give that to the students, right? And to help them attain that level of experience, because a lot of students, and I'm guilty of that myself, end up doing admin work, right? Because we don't really have time to really bring them through our products, etc. So they end up doing a lot of admin work for us, which is not the best experience, right? So how to develop a better program for internships or for practicums, like even post study, how does someone try to break into the industry with this sort of programs? I think that would be very interesting to explore. Yeah.
So I totally agree. Like, while the school prepares us and give us the first step into the door, very often when you're involved in internships and all that you kind of see the whole picture and appreciate things better. So like for myself right now, after spending 10 over years in the industry, I'm actually doing my chartered fintech profession certification, going back to school again, studying for my exams. So I totally understand what Dr. Teo is explaining about. And on the note on internships, I guess the call that I have to all companies is to really treasure the interns, because it is also a way to develop them for the future. So over here at DBS Bank, we are very careful about the kind of work we give to our interns. We want to make sure they do learn and be developed as well in their roles. And I think later on I'll speak to Brian on his internship experience. So on the note of highlighting some of the challenges faced, Sharon, your career spans many twists and turns. So just now during the introduction, I was saying that she has a vast experience. Let me now elaborate a little bit more. Sharon was a producer, an academic, a martech specialist, and has dabbled with strategy consulting, social media marketing, basically everything. But still, she has decided on a career in fintech, despite the challenges. So Sharon, what are some of the challenges you have faced working in the fintech sector? And why have you still decided on a career in fintech?
I think that's a very interesting question. So I started my career 20 odd years ago in media. So I was scripting at that time for television, for interactive media in those days. You haven't coined the term user experience yet. It was interaction design, right? And that evolved into wanting to measure media. Right, so MarTech then came about as a coin of a new term. So essentially, I'm a data-driven marketing intelligence person doing marketing science in a nutshell. So the twists and turns came actually as, I think, a progression of digital. Early in the last decade, the media was disrupted. The media was disrupted by social media. So the traditional media industry, whether it's television, radio, print, and even the web back then, Web 1, right, was actually very much disrupted by social. And came social media, proliferation of media content going everywhere, you needed to measure. So then the data science part came eventually because of digital analytics. You have the days of Omniture when I was at, then became Adobe Analytics and then Google Analytics. It was measuring the media channels and really the customer performance in terms of, now they call it performance marketing, and how you would go to market. And that led me into actually being headhunted then to DBS to do digital analytics. So I would have never thought of a career in banking or in fintech, to be honest. In my early days, I very much wanted to be a film director. I majored in mass comm.
What a change.
The funny thing is when I went to Stern to do my MSBA in business analytics, what really intrigued me was in Tisch Film School, we were measuring how film directors would predict how they would direct their films, and that was through data science. We literally digitized all the film frames, and then we did an analysis of it. So that was really cool. And that led to how Netflix would do recommended engines and what have you not. Right? And that sort of knowledge brought me then into the digital banking space. Why did I find digital banking or fintech interesting? It's because I'll always remember my first banking boss said this to me. He said, Sharon, what you do in the media, in the news channel, is the same as in the bank, because we impact 5 million people every single day that use our app. That was a unique selling point. And I thought that made a lot of sense, because if you look at the number of page views, a large bank like yours, example, you have about the same page views as where the news channel would have on a daily basis, right? So the scale is there. when it comes to data, what really interests me in the fintech space and in the digital banking space is or with the incumbents, is the very fact that the sheer scale of the data size is there. Of course, you could argue that the e-commerce today would also have that sheer size of data for you to wrangle, and that you really can glean a lot more insights simply because the data sets are available. So why is it exciting? I think the products are exciting. I mean, if you look at certain investment products or derivatives or even home loans, your interest rates can change as policies change as we go along on a weekly basis. So imagine you live your life 24/7, literally on the edge. If you like that kind of adrenaline rush, I would say fintech is for you. But if you don't appreciate that kind of adrenaline rush, then maybe have a second thought about it.
Cool, thank you. So April, I'll now come back to you. So I understand that NTUC launched this youth task force, which is a part of Every Worker Matters campaign. So I know that the agenda and the objective is to reach out like 10 over thousands of youths aged 18 to 25. So I thought, maybe it's good for you to share about the campaign and how youths and young working adults can leverage on it to boost their profiles, and how would they be able to stand out from competition. Yeah, April.
Okay, so just last year, NTUC and SUTD, we embarked on this research study, basically to study on the future needs of young workers and, like what are their needs and concerns. So from that, we found out there are 3 top concerns in the main categories of basically career opportunities and also finances and mental well-being. So with that, we then set up the Youth Task Force, hoping that we can then dive deeper into these topics and then see how we can, what we can do to help them, address these needs. Yeah, so we do also have, how to say, so far I think we've already engaged more than 4,000 youths, okay, which is great. And really thankful for all the feedback that we received. And what we have gathered so far is that the 3 things that really worry them the most. Number 1, basically when they get into work, they're wondering if they're able to achieve work-life harmony, and also whether they'll be able to adapt while in the workplace, and also whether they'll be free to decide their career path without being having to worry or take into consideration about the expectations from other people around them. Yeah, and I guess also the 3 top resources that we gathered that would be most helpful to them from the surveys and the study. Basically, they are really interested in like career fairs, things like mentorships, and also having quality internships like what you mentioned just now. Yeah. So with all these findings, we'll be collating all the findings, and we're hoping to actually use this to formulate insights and recommendations to help to see what kind of resources NTUC can then offer to help address their needs and concerns. So hereby, I must also do a shout out to all the youths out there. Especially if you are between the ages of 18 to 25, do also join us in our upcoming engagements, because whatever feedback and info you can share with us will be very valuable in helping, in our findings in our studies. And if you want to find out more info, you can always check out the Youth Task Force website, which is youthtaskforce.sg. Yeah, and also I guess a little bit more on if you're quite unsure where to start, may I suggest that Young NTUC is the way to go. Okay, so we do actually have a wider scale help or events like our annual flagship event called the Lead Discovery, whereby there's a lot of sharing of like knowledge and career opportunities. We even do like master classes on soft skills, technical skills, and these are even conducted by the C-suite professionals themselves. Yeah, so there's a lot of help. We also go deeper, more focused into the preparation side of help, which is like we do have a ton of like career coaches and HR professionals to actually help guide you on how to make your resume stand out, how to ace your interviews. Yeah, so there are actually a lot of resources out there, not just within Young NTUC, I believe, everywhere else. Yeah, so if you're keen to check out any of this, just feel free to hop onto our social media channels, get in contact with us, and then we'll be able to give you a head start.
It is very heartwarming and heartening to hear there's so much support going on, and I think every year we just keep improving. Every generation just keeps improving with more and more support. I feel very assured that my 2 children will be in for the good in the future. So, okay, Brian, you're the Gen Z representative on our panel, and the topic has some emphasis on Gen Z, as you can tell by now. So, Brian, you have done several internships at fintechs, at MES Fintech Innovation Group, where I was from, and you have done a lot of things even before you embark your career in fintech. Could you share with some of our online audiences and physical audiences how have you better positioned yourself to have a good career and have a good start?
Right. So I think when it comes to internships, it's really important because it allows you to understand what are you doing, what is your daily life like, and especially more important, is it something that you want to do or not, right? So for me, what I started off was after I left MES, right? I went on to a few other KYC solutions, and then went on to regulations, and before moving on to payments and crypto. So what actually this helped me is, first of all, it gives me an experience of where do I want to go, right? That's the most important thing. The second aspect is how then do I balance regulations, which I get from my experience in the compliance side, and then to the current job scope that I'm in, right? Because payments is highly regulated, you have all the different regulations. So your experience from the compliance side will be able to help and to bridge the other aspect of it. And as April mentioned, I think she was also mentioning about the kind of networking and how you're able to be the bridge, right? So that's when Young NTUC comes into play. SFYC also will come into play in allowing us to have a smoother process for use to access to the employers.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Ernie. So you're an academic, and I know you spend immense amount of time looking at the skill sets that fintechs are looking for, as you had mentioned earlier. But I thought maybe it's useful to dive a little deeper on what are the critical skills that you think that universities are ramping up on to prepare our people for the future, and any tips on what are the skills exactly are the fintechs looking out for right now?
Well, if you look at the previous years, like LinkedIn top skills, top hard skills, you always find data analytics as one of them, right? So and that is always still very relevant, and I'll say there's a big part of the focus of what the universities are putting into their curriculum. Like the analytics courses are very popular. Knowing how to do some of this coding for analytics, that definitely does help. I think it's a skill set that everyone wants to kind of have a bit of, right? But as we see like fintech grow and expand, then it really depends on where you want to be in, right, and where you want to work in, right? If you are a developer, of course, there's a lot of very specialist courses that the school has put up, right? That looks at things like payment systems, look at things like forensics, how to trace data, how to find out what's the source of funds, etc. Right? So those are courses that universities are also rolling out, and on top of that, then we have blockchain, right? So when I first started teaching blockchain in NUS, we were the only university with an official module, and that was in 2016-17, right? And now every university, right? NTU, SMU, SUSS, everyone has a blockchain module, right? Because of the interest that the youth have in terms of this topic, right? Everyone wants to know what is blockchain, and they are looking for classes where they can learn about it, right? So other than watching YouTube videos, having a proper university course really does make a difference, right? And they can actually learn a lot more and gain an appreciation. But we also see more kind of broader breadth courses now that are appearing in the universities that cover fintech in general, and that's also one of the courses that I'm teaching now in NUS, right? Because our students need to have like an appreciation of what fintech is and how it's being applied in all sorts of different sectors. So it can be a very general course, but it is very useful for them to gain that appreciation through the course, right? And a large part of fintech is really about innovation, right? And these courses really drive that point as well. So in most of the design of these courses, you'll find that design thinking is one main part of the module, right? So it encourages you to think about the fundamentals, what are the actual pain points you're trying to solve, and innovating on solutions. So innovation here doesn't really mean learning new code and writing new smart contracts and all that. It's about the financial service innovation, right? How do you create, say, new kind of savings products that millennials want to, or Gen Zs want to save with, right? They don't like the current kind of savings account, right? So how do you innovate on that? And I think the design thinking element is very important, and that's also an emphasis of the Singapore government. I think universities like SUTD place a lot of emphasis on that as well, and I think that will become a very important part of how the financial services sector can innovate, and come up with the new types of fintech, new types of services as well. Yep.
So likewise at DBS, we are a bit subscriber to this design thinking where we put ourselves in the customer's shoe to find out, what exactly are they looking for. And of course, we do our innovative solutions out of it. So, on that note, on the skills, April, I was wondering whether you have any more to add on, whether there are any grants or programs or platforms that people can leverage on for skilling.
NTC, we do also have this thing called the LXP, which is the Learning Experience Platform. So it's the Singapore's largest subscription-based learning app that we have. So it offers like over, I think, 75,000 courses. Yeah, so it's for you to learn on the go. Yeah, so we're also partnering with industry partners on relevant topics and things like that. So this is something that you can definitely explore. And I guess if also you want to sort of like learn and pick up skills and hearing from people who are actually in the industry themselves, that's when you also can tap onto our career mentorships. Yeah, so we do have it in like both physical and virtual format. So there's virtual on-demand format where you can actually book appointments with the mentors on the website, or we do physical format whereby we have it like a human library session. So we'll have like small groups of mentees pair with a mentor, and then we'll rotate the mentors through the groups as well. Yeah, so these are some of the things where you can really hear real life experiences of what they are doing out there, what skills are helpful to them when they're out in the job.
So April, just now you were sharing, there are some top concerns of our younger generations, of the youths, the young working adults that have surfaced. And one of which you mentioned was that, they are into work-life integration, work-life balance. So Sharon, I'm going to ask you a question. Despite having a very demanding career and doing so much, you have found time to do a doctorate and amass at least 68 certifications. I think that's extremely impressive. I have no idea how you do it. Can you share with us what drives you? And how do you strike this balance and reconcile the demands of a fintech career and having good work-life integration?
I guess I'll answer your last one first, which is work-life integration. I'm a big believer of work-life integration. There's no work-life balance, by the way. I'll be very honest with you. You do have to integrate every small pockets of your time if you possibly could. And I think if you are truly passionate about what you do for a living, you love what you do, it's really not a job, It's an obsession. So that being said, I'm not Steve Jobs. I do have a job. I never counted the certifications, I'll be honest with you, but I got a shock of my life too when I logged into GovTech.
We did our research on our panelists. That's why I know it's 68.
You see, when you're in this industry, you're as good as what your last learning or your product that you've gone to market with. You really can't afford to sit on the laurels. There are new releases of applications coming up all the time. And with that, right, your user interaction, your user demands change as we go, as we speak right now, right? And if you don't keep up at that speed of fiber optic lightning, I think you're pretty much forgotten after a month or two. Not even years, huh? So it keeps me awake at night. But that being said, right, something has to give. I think I give up a big part of my social life, maybe. I don't have a lot of time for movies, for drinks, and what have you not. If you speak to any of my ex-colleagues, you think that, Sharon is totally anti-social. It's not because of that. It's that I cannot get my fingers off my keyboard. So even when I was in school, while my friends were probably having movies and what have you not, I was always doing active internship and working across different industries, getting my hands dirty. It's probably part of my nature. You do have to give up something. So I don't have children. I have fur kids, I have fur kids that never quite grow up. They're always in their mental state at 3 to 5 years old. So maybe I don't have that much of a family demand as a parent would have, right? So you bring your kids to school and what have you not. So therefore, I understand that when I'm working with my fellow colleagues, those who are married with kids, they always get priority to take their school holiday leave first, and I'll wait on the back seat.
Very kind of you. So yeah, I guess it's to make the best of your situation, and most importantly, to be passionate about what you're doing. So for many of us, I'm sure sometimes work can be intense, hours can be long, but if you enjoy what you're doing, it's not so much a pain. So I'm about to conclude the panel. We're running out of time, but I thought I wanted to go through all of you with one question. What would be one advice that you would give to our audience, both online and physical, for people who want to embark on a career in fintech, plus an advice that you have given to a younger version of yourself? So April, maybe start from you.
I guess my advice is more to the general, the general public. I guess never be too afraid to try new things, new experiences, go out there and meet new people. Like even if you're, studying a specific course, it doesn't mean that, you shouldn't get exposure to something else, So I think that's very important because all these experiences that you pick up along the way is actually what molds and, alters your mentality along the way as you progress. And actually they will help you find out eventually, what is your passion, what actually drives you, what you actually do best. Yeah. So, and that's where you can also see where you see yourself heading in the years to come. Yeah, so I guess I just want to say never give up and also make sure that whenever you feel you need help, always reach out because there's really tons of help out there. Yeah.
Ryan?
I think for me, the best advice I would give here is really not to look at the pay or other external factors, but rather focus on the job description and be hungry. So whenever you are looking for internships, because at the end of the day, it's what you gain from it is really experiences. So once you're able to master that, you know where you want to do, you know what you want to do, then internships really play an important role. And if for the second question of my younger self, not too far away, but I think it's really to go for more networkings so that you can really understand and connect more with the market. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Dr. Teo?
Yep. Be proactive, don't be shy. Right, so the best interns I ever had are people who come up to me after talks like this and ask for internships, not those that the school gives to me. Right, so be proactive, go and find companies that you want to work for and go and ask for it. Right, and you'll be surprised. Right, startups always need help. So if you offer help, they will be very willing to take it. Of course, they can't pay you a lot. Don't expect the same pay as a DBS intern, but but you learn a lot more as well at the startup as well because you get to be involved in almost everything.
Sharon?
I think for interns, maybe I speak from my own experience. I agree. You do have to be very open to go up there, stay hungry, stay foolish, keep learning, go up and find a mentor. I think seeking mentorship, both in the academic side, meaning your tutor, as well as the actual industry mentor who's hands-on, is very important for interns. I think internship fees aside, salaries, money aside, what have you not, it's really about what that particular entity does, right? And what they will be transforming in terms of going to market and whether there's an exciting space for you to play a part of the very big future. I mean, people who started out social media more than 10 years ago, like Facebook, it started in college. And that pioneer batch, basically, look where they are today. I mean, even the likes for Super App Grab as well, even for Alibaba, right? For where Lazada is today, right? But where Alibaba is today, they all started in the college as well. So no one is to say that your ideas can't happen as an intern that you can bring to market. But what you do need is good mentors who can help you get there, who had a lot more salt and metal in their blood, to know what are the pitfalls you possibly could have. I think you mentioned something quite interesting just now on internship. First wasn't really about the salary. What was the other point that you mentioned? Job scope. Yes, thanks for that. No, the JD is not actually what it is. You got to be very open. Some of the best jobs you could possibly get has an empty JD. Because the text will only appear after you splash water or burn fire over it. It doesn't JD, right? So don't be too hung up as well. Sometimes, as the industry evolves, the JD evolves, So I think that is something that I would advise the young youths, out there. But of course, you want to make sure that you do have a legit role and not have a wonderful JD, but go there and do photocopy work and stuff like that, or scanning.
Very useful tips. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for your very insightful advice and conversation. So with that, we come to the end of our panel. But just want to do a call out. Talent Pavilion is very kind, and we have pods behind for career mentorship and for job seekers. And to do a quick call out, I'm looking to hire somebody for my Deep Experts program, looking for a Deep Experts program manager, and I'm happy to interview anyone who comes by. I'll be at the booth waiting for you. So with that, thank you so much for joining us today, and to our online audience, thank you so much again. Thank you.
and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Singapore FinTech Festival and the Talent Pavilion. Today we are talking about the rise of digital talent. So if you are interested to find out what is a digital talent or how to become one, please hang around. This panel is for you. So I am Pei Hong. I'm from the MES. I head the People Development Department in MES, and my work is about putting people at the heart of what we do with a focus on employee and experience. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So with me are 4 distinguished panelists, and let me briefly introduce them. So first off, we have Mr. Ng Nam Sin.
Hello everyone.
Nam Sin is the CEO of the Institute of Banking and Finance, or IBF. IBF is the one-stop center for all matters relating to skills, jobs, and careers in the financial industry. It supports the hiring and training needs of the financial sector. We are also delighted to have Mr. Patrick Tay. Patrick is the Assistant Secretary General of NTUC. He chairs the Government Parliamentary Committee for Manpower and co-chairs the Financial Sector Tripartite Committee with MAS. Next, we have Ms. Gillian Wu. Gillian is the Director of Creative and Professional Services Division in Workforce Singapore. She oversees workforce development initiatives in the ICT, financial services and fintech and professional services sector. She collaborates with MES and IBF on jobs and skills initiatives. Last but not least, we have Mr. KL Tay.
Hello.
KL is COO of MVI Technologies and is a homegrown software developer specializing in fintech solutions and committed to grooming talents by providing learning opportunities for employees. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. Yeah. Now, why should you be interested in this panel? MES projects 3,000 to 4,000 new jobs to be created in the financial sector every year, of which 1/3 will be in tech and digital jobs. So Nam Sin, let's start off with you to set the context for our panel. What would be our definition of a digital talent? And what are the competencies, knowledge, or skill sets that a digital talent is expected to have?
Thank you, Pei Hong. First, a very good afternoon to everyone. It's so good to see such a big crowd at this booth here. Over the past few days, I've been watching the news very closely. Hong Kong started a competing fintech week against us, but looking at the crowd here today, I think we are doing well. What does it mean to be a digital talent? Maybe set the context a little bit, right? In every adversity, in every calamity, as Singaporeans, we are all taught to look for silver linings. So I would say one silver lining is the accelerated adoption of technology. Most of you will be familiar, right? During the shutdown, I think life goes on in a different way because of the use of technology, from your favorite digital online shopping to things like the use of automation in your office, work from home. So the accelerated adoption of technology has been quite a major positive over the last 2 years. So there has been a lot of debate and discussion on what does digital talent or what does digital skills means, right? So I think my definition is not a definitive one, but I think working with IBF over the past 2 years, I can offer some broad categorization. The very first one is, I would say, digital literacy, right? Every one of us, regardless of whether you are working in a bank or working in a manufacturing company, hospitality industry, needs now to have a certain level of digital literacy. We're not saying you need to be an expert in AI, right? But in your everyday conversation with your stakeholders, businessmen, customers, internal brainstorming for ideas, when a colleague mentioned blockchain or AI or cloud computing, you need to have some basic understanding so that you can be looped in. There'll be situational awareness. You cannot say, please don't talk about cloud computing. Please don't tell me about AI. I don't know AI. Okay, so each one of us, every one of us, right, need to have some level of digital literacy, because more and more services, applications are moving online. Okay, you don't go to the bank branch now quite often. You can do almost everything on your mobile app. Okay, so that is the first set of skills you must have: digital literacy. So MAS called it human future-enabled skills, and these are things like basic data analytics, application of new technologies, and so these are horizontal skills that will support your functional skills, right? Some of you, old enough as me, will know about the PC revolution, right? Personal computer revolution, then the internet revolution, the digital revolution. So now we're talking about sustainability plus digital revolution. The second one is quite straightforward, technical skills, strong, deep technical skills. So if you want to be involved in a payment system, you may need to be an expert in blockchain. You may need to be an expert in AI. Okay, if you are working in Google, Facebook, the use of data analytics, machine learning language is very, very important. Right? So depending on your choice of your careers or the function in which you have to perform, deep digital skills is obvious. And the third and final one, I don't know whether anyone can guess, but is our commonly used term called soft skills. Soft skills has become even more critical in the digital age. Why? Because we now have to work on things that the industry call platforms, ecosystems, right? Which means even if you are a blockchain specialist, you must be able to communicate with someone in the business to understand, if I want to apply blockchain, say, to trade finance, I need to be able to convince a trade finance person why blockchain technology can transform trade finance. You need to be able to communicate with other stakeholders to bring them into your idea, right? So communication skills and others we call agile project management. The waterfall method of project management is now old-fashioned, right? So we're now talking about agile project management. We're talking about Scrum and human design thinking. Everything is about ease of use. If you have a wonderful application, but it takes torturing steps, right, to use it, you can guarantee that you'll be a failure at the onset. So human-centered design, UX, UI design, so all these come under the third category called soft skills, right? So I just summarize. The first set of skills is every one of us must have some level of digital literacy. Secondly, technical skills, and thirdly, soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Nam Sin. So, turning to Patrick, could you share with us some of the broader trends in the workforce that you have observed? What gives rise to the rise of digital talent? Yeah.
Hi, a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrick. I come from NTUC. I don't sell vegetables and insurance. We belong to the headquarters where we really look and partner many organizations and various stakeholders, including IBF and WSG and everyone else in the ecosystem to really drive workforce training, development, and ensuring everyone has better jobs and better pay. But more importantly, I'm glad to be back here again physically after 3 years. With all of you, and I'm so glad to see many of the pillars behind workforce training in the financial sector all here assembled together, much like I won't call it Avengers, but maybe the Justice League, But great to see everyone. I'm a bearer of good news. So I'm here to share a bit of good news and maybe share a bit about some of the potential headwinds that we are facing. So in fact, as we are talking today, fresh from the oven, yeah, a couple of days back, Ministry of Manpower actually released its labour market report for the third quarter. So in summary, 3 key areas. First, retrenchments as a whole year are record low. Wow, good lah. Yeah, we should clap, we should rejoice. Because this is not the climate 2 years ago or 1 year ago. So retrenchments record low as a whole year. Unemployment rates also back to pre-COVID days, in fact a bit better than pre-COVID days. If you look at overall unemployment, slightly above 2%. If you look at citizenry unemployment, 3.1%. I would say, I mean, having watched this space so many years, it's one of the best years. And we have a very, very tight labour market situation. Third one, it's employment creation and employment rate. And of course, the good news turns a bit becomes the bad news, because we have more than 100,000 jobs available here in Singapore for some of you who are looking out for jobs. Lots of opportunities. I mean, it's quite a different scene or backdrop a year, 2 years ago, where we were so busy managing and trying to segue people into temporary traineeship programs, apprenticeship programs, and part-time contract positions. Today we have more than 100,000 jobs looking for people, but the big challenge, or should I say the big headwind that we face in the labour market, is whether you have the skills, not just skills, the aptitude, the attitude, and the appetite, what I call the 3 A's, the aptitude, the attitude, and the appetite for those jobs. And the good news is, the Industry Transformation Map 2.0, or should I say the Jobs Transformation Map, or whatever map you call it, for the financial sector, was just fleshed out last month, and signs are good. We have, in fact, despite COVID, despite digital disruption, we are kind of on a roll, particularly in the financial sector space. And financial sector is divided into banks, insurance, and of course asset management. But now the fourth pillar is the fintech, which is why we are all assembled here today, or the past week or the next few days. And it's an exciting space. It's generated quite a number of jobs. But the biggest challenge or biggest headwind we're going to face, which later we'll share a bit more what we are doing more, is to help to segue people into those jobs. Yeah, but don't worry, not all fintech jobs or jobs in this particular space or this available or in-demand skills are the heavy-going tech kind of jobs. So it's a variety. So we can talk more later, but essentially, it could be somewhat, I think, very, very important to keep an open mind. There's a lot of opportunities. I think IBF, WSG, the whole ecosystem is really supporting this journey on helping more of us segue into all these growth areas, of which financial sector and fintech is one big space. I'm extremely bullish about it, because I'm deep in the trenches handling this, and I can tell you it's really exciting opportunities. But I think more importantly is how do we keep an open mind and get everyone into it, not just the new entrants, fresh school leavers, but also mid-careerists, as well as those who are trying to do something to ride on the bandwagon of this growth sector. Yeah. So without much ado, I'll just give you a quick sampler of the labour market.
Thank you, Patrick. I think this leads very nicely to Gillian. So Gillian, given what Patrick has shared, some of the broader trends, for those of us who are interested to pivot to become a digital talent, what should we do and where do we get help?
Firstly, for individuals looking to transit and become a digital talent, it should not be just a buzzword or an emerging trend. It's important for you all to understand and have clarity in what your career values are. What is it that you're interested in doing? Your personality traits, and more importantly, what are the skills that you possess to understand yourself better so that you can make informed career choices. It's also important to understand what your transferable skills are and how you can value add to the role that might be of interest to you. We also have curated career resources online, as well as industry insights to help job seekers navigate what it takes to take on these digital roles. Of course, you can also visit WSG's career centres, as well as NTUC to our career centres, where you can speak to our career coaches who will provide career advisory and also job recommendation on how you can pivot to some of these new digital job roles. In 2020, WSG also launched the Volunteer Career Advisor Initiative.
it aims to provide individuals with peer support and career guidance from industry practitioners to provide sector as well as occupation-specific career advice so that individuals can make informed career decisions. Of the more than 300 volunteer career advisors that we have, about 40% possesses tech-related experience. For individuals that's interested to sign up and speak to some of our volunteer career advisors, you can visit WSG's website and look at how we can connect you to one of the career advisors.
Thank you, Gillian. So turning to KL, so as a fintech company, do you find it challenging to hire digital talents? And how can you as a private sector player contribute to the training of our digital talent pool?
Indeed, I think if you look at the job market now for digital talent, and I'm talking specifically about IT skills or skill sets, the unfortunate truth is that there is indeed a shortage today. We, as a company, MVI has actually opened up a development center in India some years ago, and we're looking at doing or setting up another one in a closer country to Singapore. Yeah. So if you look at what has contributed to this shortage, manpower shortage, I see three factors. One is, of course, the rise of digital transformation, which cuts right across many industries, right? And it's certainly the banks and the financial services industry is not spared. Yeah. If you look at what the banks have been doing, insurance company and other FSI entities, right? They all have to pivot, especially during COVID days, right? To try and serve customer and to sell their product and services online, right? This applies to all of us and all the companies. The other thing is, right, the attractiveness of Singapore as a fintech center. I mean, we are here, right, at the Fintech Festival, right? And you can see the number of people here. You can look at number of countries represented here, the number of visitors from all over the world here. Now, the attractiveness of Singapore as a fintech center, right, for crypto, non-crypto, fintech startup, whatever, is very real. And this has placed pressure on the talent pool, right? And the last factor, I would say, is really the inadequate supply that Singapore as a small nation is able to provide year on year, right? The truth is this, right? The thousands of fresh graduates we have each year, right? It's only a drop in the ocean if you compare some of the larger countries. And I look up some numbers, for example, right? I mean, if you look at a STEM graduate, so all the science, engineering type graduates, in large countries like India and China, they have millions every year, millions, right? Our total workforce each year in the fresh graduate market is not even coming anywhere close to it. That's the reality. Yeah. So there is a very, very acute shortage. And like it or not, Singapore as a country is not cheap anymore. It's not been cheap for a long time. Okay? And everybody here, me included, we want to see a bigger salary, right? We want to see our increment, right, every year. So that's the reality. That's the reality. So for people who are switching, and I also represent TTAP in this session here. TTAP is a Tech Talent Assembly, right? An organization NTUC. We are IT professional organization, right? And one of our key role is to help IT professionals keep up with their skills upgrading, keep up with what is in demand, because even within IT, right, there's a lot of changes, right? And also there are people who are coming to trying to join the industry, right, and be a techie or tech talent. Now, not everybody has been IT fully, as mentioned by Namsin and Patrick. It's a variety of jobs that are associated with tech, right? So we also help people who are trying to pivot into this industry and take advantage of the growth potential. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Thank you,
Pei Hong.
KL.
Yes.
And KL talk about the acute shortage of digital talent, right? So Namsin, back to you. Given the demand for digital talent, what is IBF doing to incentivize companies and financial institutions to hire, develop, and train digital talent? And what are you doing to create opportunities for our fresh grads and mid-careers?
Okay, so I got the tough questions. So IBF was set up in, some of you may not know, 1974. So we are 40 over years old. Our leaders then, when they set up, leaders meaning governments, when they set up MAS, within a short period of time, they decided that setting up IBF is critical to ensure professionalism, competency of finance professionals. So we have been in operation for 40 over years old. The mandate has not changed, all right, because the finance industry, like in many industry, keep changing, keep cycling through, technology, business practices, right? So IBF is very acutely aware that our finance professionals are kept up to date on skills required for the finance sector. And 2 years ago, when the pandemic struck, IBF was also vested with a new mandate, which is about jobs, ensuring that Singaporeans can remain employable. They are able to meet the challenge of changes, the ups and downs. And it is very connected with the skills agenda, meaning to say that if you have the right skills, right, your chances of being employed will be stronger, right? So this is the backdrop. In specific terms, what do we do to help Singaporean workers? The first one is we offer very generous support schemes, right? For professional training, which means after leaving universities, we advocate continuous learning. Okay, continuous learning. So we have grants in place to co-fund training, and the idea is throughout the course of your career, we want you to invest time and resources in training. We work very closely with your employers, which means your financial institutions. We also encourage you to take ownership of training. So just some quick numbers, right? So over the past 5 years, I think from 2018, just before the pandemic struck, right? We've seen an increase in industry-wide training participation from 45,000 in 2019 to more than 160,000 in 2021. So that's a big number, partly due to the impact of the pandemic. People maybe have more time to sit back, reflect, and they ask themselves, what new skills they need, or a new career, or a new sector they want to move into. So it is very good to notice that the participation level in training has gone up. It's not a small feat, because the danger for everyone is that once you are embedded in a comfortable job, pays well, company is caring, not bad, training becomes very, very secondary, which is a big, big danger, right? Because industry were to change, your skills could become irrelevant. So that is one. The second one is, some of you may be familiar that the government launched skills framework under SSG, Gillian's side, right? For 12 industry sectors. So for the finance sector, same thing. We launched the skills framework for financial services, right? It can be accessible through our website, SSG's website. I would encourage, if you have time, to just take a look at it, okay? It is not just another document, right? To spur you in terms of your career training, the skills framework points you to career growth path, either vertically or horizontally, right? So if you are if you are a fund manager, you think maybe I like to be an investment banker, the skills framework points you to that direction. How do you get to become an investment banker from your present position as a fund manager? What are the skills needed? Okay, and where can you get help to top up your skills? Right. So I would advise, any one of us in the profession of finance, right, to regularly reflect on your career. You may have mentor that you can talk to, you may have friends you can consult, but the skill framework offers a very complete and comprehensive framework for you to take a first look in terms of your career planning. So this is the resources that we provide to the finance professionals. Now, specifically on tech roles, as Mr. Tay said, right, the shortage is quite severe. It's quite severe. So besides the general reskilling, upskilling, we launched quite a promising and successful scheme called TFIP, which stands for Technology in Finance Immersion Program. TFIP is unique in the sense that our target candidates are non-tech people. So we specifically look for non-tech people, but people with STEM background, right? And through a program of structured training and attachment with the financial institutions for up to 12 and 24 months, the person is converted into a tech person in areas like software engineering, cloud computing, AI, cybersecurity. So the early signal is that it's been quite successful. We have about 600 candidates in the program right now. But what is more, I would say, encouraging is that more than 80% of candidates in the first two batches have been placed in tech roles. Right? So think about it. You take someone who his past job may be mechanical and engineering, but now he's a cloud computing expert. Right? So hopefully this will add to the pipeline. Then for undergraduates, how are we helping undergraduates link up more with the financial institutions? So here we have what we call the FAMS program, Financial Associate Management Program. It is basically supporting traditionally graduates employed into management associate program, so that more Singaporeans can participate in management roles and pathways. But we have expanded it to include roles which includes technology, sustainability, and other specialized roles. So we have also gotten quite strong signed up for specialized FAMS program, and again, hopefully it will contribute to the pool. Third one, we are linking up with the major universities to do what we call WSSP, Work Study Support Program. So during term breaks, the candidates will spend internship time with participating banks. They will be trained in a specialized program, and the hope is that upon graduation, they will work with the bank or offer the job to work with the bank. So this is to basically encourage more awareness of undergrads in the banking profession. And just to sum up on this particular topic, we set up a career advisory service. So for anyone who wants to find out more or has less clue about what it means to be in the financial sector or want to switch career in the finance sector, our career advisors are roaming around. So do talk to them to get advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Namsin. So Namsin has shared a series of programs and initiatives for reskilling and upskilling. So Patrick, from the workers' perspective, how do they feel about reskilling and upskilling, and how has the workforce been adapting to these new skills? And what is NTUC doing to future-proof our workforce?
Hi, thanks everyone for continuing to listen to us. Yeah, Namsi has shared quite a lot of the various programs. But not to worry, the abbreviations are quite a mouthful and a headful, especially in Singapore. We love abbreviations. So if you need any tree resource, just either go to the IBF website, Careers, My Careers Future, or NTUC. This three enough. Yeah, you probably get a hang and be navigated or hyperlinked, maybe next time Web 3.0 into the metaverse to visit some of these programs and tap on some of these funds. I think in Singapore we're in a very fortunate position. I've interacted with many counterparts, tripartite partners across the region and around the world, even in Europe and US. They always envy us because over here we have quite a lot of support systems. As you heard, the whole buffet of programs that we have, and even support systems like TTAB, where our brother here comes from, and the skills framework. Everything is there. It's almost like a silver platter, and a lot of funding and monetary support. So at the end of the day, my call out to all of you is to take that positive step forward. Because when we did a survey quite a while back, in partnership together, I think the awareness of digital disruption, digitalization, and the need to have digital skills very, very high, 80-90%. But it comes to the next question on have you taken the next step to again pick up some of these, it drops more than 50%. So that's something that we observe also in our latest survey. In NTUC, we have my strategy team actually did a survey in partnership with TTAB on the ICT sector. Lots of jobs in demand, lots of skills in demand. Even SSG comes out with a nice annual installment coming on where are the future in-demand skills and stuff like that. It's all available resource. So the key thing is the inertia of everyone, including myself. So I need to pick up new skills. Just like in FinTech, I remember 3 years back, we are going to this space. I wanted to know more, so I went for the FinTech Foundation program, which SFA and us did together to get an idea of the space. So it's really a journey. But I've also interacted with many young people who have took up some of the SG United traineeship program in the last 2 years, as well as some of the matured PMEs, professionals, managers, executives who hopped on some of the SG United or Skills Future programs in the last 2 years, especially due to the downturn because the sectors are affected. The feedback is mixed. That's why if you heard me earlier, I alluded to the 3 A's, right? Can you remember what are the 3 A's? Aptitude, attitude, and appetite. I felt, I have a few schoolmates. I'm not very young. I look young, but I'm not young. Yeah, but I have a few schoolmates who were trying to, their sectors were disrupted in COVID, and they were trying to get into the sector, into a tech sector, and tech jobs. So they went for some of the programs that were offered. It's a mixed bag. Some could segue in very, very well. I personally know, I don't know if you heard of this gentleman called Kairu. You probably follow him on Insta, recently he was featured in newspapers where he was a Grab driver, and then I met him last week at one of our Every Worker Matters conversation event, dialogue, and he was sharing with me, how he pivoted from, now he's like very into software development. The latest update, I see him some cafe or mall and looking at the next big thing, or trying to hack, or doing some something on his multiple monitor screen. So that's an example how you keep an open mind. So it's a mixed bag. It's not easy, because I tried coding for half a day. Sorry, I don't think I can do coding. I think I'm more right brain than left. So I made up my mind. I can do everything else except coding, because I couldn't stay the long haul. After 3 hours, it was like, and I went for one of these data science workshops which I helped to co-organize, and assembled 500 data scientists in Singapore together at NTUC auditorium. And after sitting in the front row for half an hour, I was like levitating, Yeah, because, but of course now things are a bit more simpler. My time, Turbo Pascal, Fortran era. Today you have Python and R, and even if you have dashboards like Tableau, Power BI, things are much more simpler. You don't have the code line by line, and things are much more simpler. Although I don't like coding, but I know the 101s of it. But it's getting more exciting. Things are more gamified, especially if you go into Web 3.0 and the metaverse. Just keep your mind open. I think the key thing is keeping the mind open and explore opportunities. And you have all of us here, and some of the pillars of the industry and training and skills upgrading here. And so tap on this. So being here is one big bold step. Visit the Talent Pavilion. Yeah, speak to the people around, and we can share you and even have a conversation with the career advisors to explore options. Because really, you're absolutely correct. There are more jobs chasing after people. It's how open you are and how ready you are to take on some of these openings. So that's the experiences I had with different segments of the PMEs.
Thank you, Patrick. So Patrick talked about visiting the website of IBF, NTUC, and Workforce Singapore. Don't forget to click on the MES website as well. Yes.
Oh yeah.
So in the interest of time, we have.
I must say something, no. Behind all this, MES is the big brother, no, with all the monies, no. So the deepest pocket is MES. So we are quite fortunate in financial sector, particularly in financial sector, because I get involved, I get my hands dirty in almost every sector, and financial sector is one of the most generous, and more supportive in this space of workforce development, strategic manpower planning, and really uplifting the workforce. So yeah, so in case you want to join other sectors, check us out first. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. In the interest of time, and I spotted my son in the audience. Wow. Yes.
I thought you only just graduated.
Thanks for that. So in the interest of time, let's ask our panelists one question, right? What is the one advice you would give to our people here aspiring to be digital talents or joining the financial sector? What is the one advice you would give them? Maybe we start from Gillian first.
I think the advice is to be open and adaptable. More importantly, consider entering the fintech sector or tech role in a less technical or tech-like role, and from there you can progress. Thank you.
KL?
Okay. From the industry perspective, right? I kind of represent the industry among the panelists here. So my advice would be make sure you have the prerequisite skill and be prepared to learn or relearn. Even in IT industry, we have to relearn. I just passed my 40th year in IT, okay? And as recently as 5 years ago, right, I had to go for training for a project management methodology that AIA used. I was with AIA then. And even though I don't do project management myself, I have to go for the training and certification. So it's a reality of life. So my point is that like Patrick, I'm old, but unlike Patrick, he looks young, I look old, right? But in the industry, right, you still have to constantly learn and relearn, whatever it may be. Right? You just have to keep going and keep up. Otherwise, very soon you will find that your skills are no longer relevant. Yeah. So for fresh graduates here, if you just graduated, your diploma or your degree, right, only gives you the right to get started. But to stay in the industry, you have no choice but to keep upgrading yourself. Yeah, that's the one message I want to leave.
Thank you, KL. How about Namsin?
Okay, I found this quote, which is a very recent quote by the Institute for the Future in partnership with Dell. They predicted that 85% of jobs that will be available in 2030, haven't even been invented that yet, right? So it's quite amazing. But if you look backwards, this is not surprising, as roles such as DevOps engineer, full stack developer, UX UI designer did not exist 10 years ago, right? So I echoed Mr. Tay's point that even if you are in the IT sector, the need for you to continuously learn, unlearn and relearn is even more crucial. So that's my closing remark.
Thank you, Namsin. How about Patrick?
I leave everyone with the 3 R's, my favorite 3 R's. Not reduce, reuse, recycle. Yeah, it's called ready, relevant and resilient. Ready with the in-demand skills, relevant to the new transformed jobs and the new jobs you can see as you participate in the SFF. And finally, resilient to the new changes, because there's going to be more curveballs. I don't think it will end here. But if you are resilient, you'll be able to even fail and bounce back again. That's all.
Thank you, Patrick. I think this is a wonderful wrap to the panel discussion. Thank you very much to our panelists for your generous sharing. Yes, we will be around for a while, and feel free to approach them or to approach our colleagues to talk about your career and what a digital talent is. And I can't help but do some advertisement for MAS, right? So MAS, we have a tech and data talent program as well. So come and talk to us and our talent acquisition consultants who are here with us today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What?
We'll be beginning the session in a minute, so feel free to join in if you're interested to hear a bit more about NFTs. We're excited to have you be a part of this discussion. In today's presentation, Shashank and I will aim to cover existing market trends in NFT usage, the problem statement we're trying to address, and a unique solution for education that we hope gains traction in today's markets. So, for the first part of this, I'd like you to tell me what's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word NFT. I'd like you to really picture it in your head. I'll give you about 10 seconds to do so. All right, about 5 more seconds. And Shashank, raise your hand if it looks something like this. All right, wow, that is a majority of you, right? So it is unfortunate that a technology with such great potential has been reduced to a few pixels for people looking to make a quick buck. In fact, you're not alone. Nearly 42% of survey respondents feel that NFTs serve as nothing more than a get-rich-quick scheme. However, there have been some interesting developments in the space recently, and before we move on to what we're trying to address, let's take a gander at what these trends might be. The first trend we'd like to address today is the like-to-earn trend. In this trend, users are rewarded with NFTs based on their level of engagement with the community or platform. These can be in the form of likes or comments. Being a high-quality curator offers additional perks, and we can see that the reward is directly proportional to engagement. Companies like Rara currently have a gamified platform for these tokens in exchange for likes, comments, and transactions. Moving on, NFTs can also act as a way of assigning its owner the benefit of receiving discounts on other purchases. We see this all the time on traditional web platforms like Zara, Zalora, or Shopee with their sign up now for 20% off. Transferring this entitlement as an NFT through smart contracts creates an easy to verify model that minimizes fraudulent behavior and duplication. Single Music currently allows musical artists to mint NFTs. Fans can purchase these to obtain future discounts on all the artist's albums and tracks. Lastly, we come to a trend that is pretty much an extension of the previous one. NFTs as a reward program is a recent use case that entitles the owners to prolonged additional benefits more than just discounts. We can see this as larger companies have taken a liking to this particular thing, with even Starbucks recently coming into the market with an NFT reward system of their own. These loyalty programs can be distinguished by a tiered system. Starbucks will use NFTs to not just roll out offers to participants on various virtual benefits, but also integrate the existing rewards platform, allowing users to claim free beverages and exclusive set. So at this point, you all must be wondering, how exactly does this play a role in education? Well, to start things off, one of the largest problems in the education domain today is a lack of awareness on what the blockchain is or its misnomenclature as cryptocurrency. We feel that there's two parts to it. One is educating people about the blockchain, and two is how we can actually use this blockchain in facilitating and incentivizing higher education. I'd like you to once again join me and take a moment in closing your eyes and envisioning yourself a student just like Shashank and I. We start our degree or diploma with mapping our course requirements, some of which may not really interest us. We enroll or pre-allocated a set of modules for the semester. But that's not the interesting part. Let us fast forward through halfway through the semester. Our workload is increasing, but the motivation to perform in these modules that might disinterest us significantly diminishes. And what does this cause? Lower participation rates, attendance dips in class, lack of submission and assignments. And I feel something that all of us can relate to here today is the lack of feeling recognized or rewarded despite the heavy energy and time investment we place into some of these courses. Well, as an accelerator of student-driven innovation and experiential learning, here at NUS FinTech Lab, we pondered the question of how we can incentivize in and out of classroom learning and active academic and career-oriented participation. While existing infrastructures reward students' achievements through certificates, awards, ceremonies, or gamification of learning platforms such as Cosmology at NUS itself, we wish to combine the tangible ideas of earning with the lifelong learning process. Hence, we thought, what if we had an NFT rewards platform that combines recent trends such as like to earn and discount entitlement with education and academic achievements. Our first priority was, as the name suggests, to prioritize learning to earn. We recognize that the use of NFTs in building such a platform provides a twin benefit in terms of facilitating healthy competition, better attendance rates, and increased engagement with lecturers and tutors in our seminar-style modules. Concurrently, we promote technological and digital literacy on blockchain technology, one of our core priorities, thus upholding our commitment to being a top blockchain university in the world. Similar to incentivizing learning, we'd also love to incentivize class participation. Class participation and peer learning are a facet to modern higher education, and using Learn to Earn offers a tangible reward benefit whose record is immutable, and we hope to see greater positive impacts on attendance rate and encourage our students to do better in classes. Again, going back to the first part of the survey, the quintessential image of an NFT to most people is like the ape we showed earlier. The statistics don't lie either. What Learn to Earn proposes is a new lens on the use case of NFTs, and it undeniably shows the limitless potential that this technology has. Shashank, over to you.
Thank you, Vignesh. Now, in this part of the presentation, I'd like to talk about a platform that we've been working on at NUS FinTech Lab to address some of the problem points that we discussed earlier in the presentation during the user journey. Introducing Scanners. We intend for Scanners to change the way that students engage in the classroom and get recognized for their participation throughout the course of the semester, while also emphasizing education about the blockchain, which is one of our core priorities. So how does it work? First of all, users can download the Scanners app from the App Store or the Play Store. Next, they can log in as an educator or a student. We want to bring the benefits of the blockchain to both these stakeholders. After logging in, students can scan various QR codes to mint tokens. And I will explain exactly what this means in a minute. As students collect more and more tokens, they tier up between levels. And based on their level, they can claim rewards from our campus retail and F&B partners. Now, coming back to step 3, you may be wondering what scan QR codes to redeem token means. Now, essentially, we have ironed out 6 examples of participation metrics in the classroom at NUS. The first is class attendance. When attending classes, students can scan QR codes to mint a token to verify their attendance. Secondly, quiz and assignment attempts. Students can mint a token that verifies their submission of a completed assignment or quiz attempt. Thirdly, several modules in NUS encourage participation through module contests. So a student that ranks highly in these contests can claim tokens that verify their placement. NUS also offers several project modules over vacation periods. One such example is the Orbital module, which is offered to computing students, or the Independent Software Development Project. Students that successfully complete these projects can claim tokens that verify this. For high-performing students, the coveted Dean's List certification can also be tokenized and collected by students who earn this accolade. Lastly, upon the completion of a course or module, students can have a more secure and verifiable means of proving this by minting a tokenized certificate of completion. This is not an exhaustive list, of course, and over the course of user testing and feedback, we aim to add more metrics of participation to our platform that can be tokenized. So now let's talk about the features of Scanners at our current stage of development. Firstly, Scanners is built on Ethereum to facilitate the initial stage of development, and we do have plans to shift to Polygon in the near future to leverage its accessibility and scalability as a layer 2 platform. Secondly, we use MetaMask authentication. This means that users and students who may not have a lot of experience with using blockchain applications can onboard easily with just a single tap. The key highlight of our application is the tier-based reward system, where students who are more involved and engage more in the classroom can benefit from higher rewards. Lastly, to incorporate the idea of gamification in our application, we will also feature leaderboards within modules that will rank students based on their tier and tokens collected. Now, as we revisit the previous user journey, we can see that through Scanners, we can potentially resolve some of these pain points. A token-based prover-verifier model serves to ensure that class participation and attendance cannot be falsified. And along with providing a gamified reward system, this serves to improve attendance rates while simultaneously educating the public and our students about alternative use cases of NFTs and the blockchain. In essence, everyone wins. Students get discounts, incentive to learn, and a unique token of appreciation. Educators can keep track of cohort performance and student participation while also ensuring security and verifiability of data. This cannot be achieved through existing prove or verify infrastructure. And since we also allow students to claim rewards from campus retail and F&B outlets, these facilities that suffered heavily during the pandemic will see itself gain more foot traffic and marketing exposure, creating a microeconomy of winners. We are currently in the development stages of our platform, so if you are interested to learn more, please feel free to scan our contact cards and get in touch. Thank you so much. We'll be opening the floor to any questions now, if any.
Can you justify the use of ERC 721 for all class participation? It's like, is making everything non-fungible really necessary?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, right? So essentially something that we wanted to do is actually add hidden layer rewards as well, and then make it unique to each student. So actually using a fungible token removes that unique element. So we don't just want the students to have a token that's just going to sit inside their account, but we want something that will that's something that's memorable for them to have and hold on to as well. And at the same time, it also adds that extra layer of, okay, only if you own this token, you can have this. And some of the rewards that we're offering is not just campus F&B retails. So sometimes class attendance or higher levels of class attendance will earn you certain tokens that give you one-on-one time with professors or industry professionals. So these kind of opportunities we hope will interest students. And that's the primary idea behind making it non-fungible in the first place.
Are there any more questions? If not, we thank you for our time.
Welcome to Singapore FinTech Festival 2022. Thank you and welcome for joining us today on our panel, Young Talent in Dialogue in Memorable Internship Experience. I'm Evelyn, and together on this panel, I have Angeline and Hui Qian, who will be sharing with you our internship experience in our respective internship companies. But maybe before we jump into answering some of the questions, can I have Angeline first to take the honor to introduce yourself to everyone?
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Angeline.
So maybe like a brief introduction about myself. I'm a year 1 SMU business management student. I'm currently part-timing. I'm working as an assistant project manager for Idea Ink Illustrations. So the wonderful booth that you see here is actually illustrated and designed by my wonderful company. So if you all take a look at the back, there's a very beautiful ecosystem. We're all talking about fintech, the fintech talent initiatives around Singapore by the different stat boards, as well as the Institute of Higher Learning. So do check that out while you're here. So maybe just to share, like I was also the ex-intern at the Fintech Innovations Group in the Monetary Authority of Singapore in the Fintech Ecosystems Office. And alongside, in my free time, I also enjoy serving, in different clubs, such as the Singapore Fintech Youth Chapter, where I was vice president alongside Evelyn. And then now I recently stepped down to be the EXCO member. Yeah, so over to Hui Chen.
Hi everyone, I'm Hui Chen. I'm a software engineer at JP Morgan. So I joined JP Morgan last year after completing my internship with the firm in June 2020. And currently I'm working in asset wealth management technology, where I am implementing a service to help clients provide advice based on their investment goals. And I graduated from SMU with a bachelor's degree in information systems.
Hi everyone, I'm Evelyn, currently a year 3 student at Singapore Management University, pursuing information system at SMU. So I'm currently also having my internship with Singapore Fintech Association and also an EXCO member alongside with Angeline at Singapore Fintech Youth Chapter as a working group under SFA to connect the youth to the fintech industry. So I remember coming to SFA all the way since 2017. I was a student back then, and in 2018 I was actually a helper at Talent Pavilion manning the coffee booth. And in 2019, I was like the Poly FinTech 100 API Hackathon finalist. Then fast forward to 2020, today, I came as an exhibitor with SFA and no longer as a coffee maker of Talent Pavilion, but as a panelist. So, but anyways, jokes aside, Angeline, I've met you for like almost a year, and I haven't actually know like why did you join MES over all the companies that you could have chosen.
Okay, I think at the top of my head, there are like 3 good reasons why I decided to take out an internship in MES, specifically in the Fintech Innovations Group. Okay, so the first one would be like my long-time dream of having to work at the Singapore Central Bank. I think working for the Central Bank gives me a sense of like pride, that we have such a beautiful country with such a strong development arm, and it's all thanks to the good work of the people who work in MAS. And then secondly, fintech is my passion, right? I've been in different fintech clubs since I was in year 2 of my poly, and from there I took nuggets of experiences from clubs all the way to like my internship. So that was like very important to me. And like the last reason why I decided to take up an internship at MES is because like I think there's nowhere else better than to have my first job at the central bank to learn like from the best. I think when I was working in MES, I really took away one of the best like moments and the best experiences that I could ever imagine. So I'm very, very thankful for that internship experience, and also my ex-bosses are here, so I'm very thank you for like guiding me through my 6 months internship, and then I converted to like a full-time staff for like another 6 months before I went to uni. Yeah.
For me, I had my internship with JP Morgan, and for myself, it actually started from way back when I joined JP Morgan's flagship hackathon, Code for Good, in my penultimate year. So during the hackathon itself, each team were assigned 2 mentors, and these mentors all have many years of experience. So from the hackathon itself, I could feel the benefit of having such experienced, dependable mentors who were able to help and support me with my work. Well, and of course, JP Morgan is a global bank, so I knew that I would definitely have lots of growth and learning opportunities here, which remains to be true. And I've also heard of the software engineer program from seniors in school. So then it really appealed to me to kickstart my journey with JP Morgan. And actually this year's Code for Good just ended about a month ago. And this time round, as a full-time employee, I volunteered as a social good ambassador to help liaise with the non-profit organizations to formulate the challenge statements that were used during the 12-hour hackathon. So it's extremely wonderful to be able to be in a firm like JP Morgan, where I can be in this cycle of, receiving and then giving back again. How about you, Evelyn?
So for me, I joined Singapore FinTech Association back in May 2022. I kickstart my 3 months internship with them and decided to continue while having my school. In fact, actually, just by the end of this week, I'll be ending my internship with them. So how did I actually get into SFA was because I had an opportunity to converse with Mr. Shadab Dayabi, the president of Singapore FinTech Association. So, since I have the opportunity to talk to him, right, I might as well ask if he have any connections that he can connect me to the fintech firm. But he introduced me to SFA instead. But I didn't reject it. In fact, I actually immediately agreed to it because I felt that association is like a buffet where I can get into different subsector like Web3, wealth tech, remittance, and etc. Rather than jumping into one subsector, a fintech firm, which is can be quite niche. So actually, I did learn a lot with SFA, and I did not regret joining or did not regret continuing because of all the skills that I picked up. And I believe that the both of y'all here has also picked up multiple skills with your respective internship company. And would you like to share some of the skills that you have gained from MAS and also from JP Morgan?
So for me, for my internship itself, unfortunately, it was in the summer of 2020, which was at the peak of COVID. So it was entirely virtual. And this made it slightly harder for me, given I was rather soft-spoken. But at the same time, I knew that I had to reach out to people in order to get my work done and also to learn more about the firm. And this is where the internship program helped me a lot as well, because it didn't just focus on helping us to gain relevant tech skills. It also provided us with a lot of opportunities to network with different teams, to build our industry knowledge, and to generally grow us more holistically in both the technical and soft skills aspect. So at the end of it, I came out thinking that it wasn't as daunting as it feels once I took the first step out of my comfort zone to reach out to people. So yeah, I would say these are the very important skill sets I picked up from my internship. Yourself?
So for me, I think my MAS internship was my very first legitimate office job that I had. So I think there was a very huge gap that I had to bridge within myself, because what I learned in school is just the very basic technical knowledge, which may sometimes be not enough to kind of bridge the real life needs of maybe my clients or my bosses. So I had to pick up strong interpersonal skills when I had to convey certain thoughts or comments to my bosses, and also because I was dealing with a lot of external stakeholders, I had to kind of manage the way that I phrase or communicated different things to them to not maybe annoy them or convey something how it's supposed to be. Yeah. So I think first is interpersonal skills that I picked up, and I think the second most important skill that I picked up was problem solving skills. I think in the workforce you have to be more independent to kind of find ways to navigate through all the difficulties, all the roadblocks when you're working. So it was a tough yet nice moment whenever I managed to solve something by myself. So yeah, those are the two skills that I picked up along the way. Evelyn, how about you?
For me, I would say that the biggest takeaways that I've gained from SFA, right, would be the, what she said, interpersonal skills, the soft skills that I needed. I remember during my first day of internship at SFA, Ruben, the COO of SFA, basically my boss, he came to talk to me, he came to introduce him to myself, and perhaps he knows that I was a technical student, right? So he said, at SFA, you won't be learning any technical skills, but you will be learning a lot of soft skills. And truth to be told, he's absolutely right. I gained no technical skills, but that's okay because as a technical student, I've been equipping those technical skills from school. So what I'm lacking the most was all these soft skills. And I would say that the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted me quite negatively in the sense that I used to be able to be more sociable, being able to initiate conversation with people that I do not know. And it was easy for me in the past, but not now. So it was kind of bad to the point where like I remember during my first few internship experience, right, I have to do registration duties. So even a simple sentence like, "Hi, can I get your name for registration?" was so hard and uncomfortable for me to even speak up to a person. But of course, as time passes, as I have more chance to meet with people, I get more comfortable with talking. So these are the skills that I think is very like basic and the basic element that everyone would need, right, to succeed in our working force, to go far, or let alone be successful. So I'm really very thankful for SFA to actually to give me these opportunities to actually regain these soft skills and communication skills that I once have. Although I would say that there's still many rooms for improvement. Yeah, but I think we all can agree that like we learn a lot through these skills. But we don't just learn from these skills, we also learn from the challenges that we face along the way. So, and I believe that internship experience cannot be without challenges, right? So what are some of the challenges that you guys have faced, and how do you actually navigate through those?
Okay, so for me, I think one of the biggest challenge that I had was having to admit that I failed, or like having to admit that I made a mistake. So I think I'm like a bit prideful, that I don't really like to admit that I make mistakes. You know, I try to be as perfect, or like I try to be as careful as I'm supposed to be, but sometimes I do make mistakes. And because of that, like I realized that it's important to kind of ask the right questions at the right time. You know, sometimes you're afraid, you make the mistakes because you're afraid to ask your supervisors or like your peers for help, because you're afraid to like bother them. But I think bothering them is like a small part of it. Having to damage control after that is like the bigger problem of like the fear of making the mistake. So I think for me, like how I navigated through like these challenges is that I kind of sugar pick like the different people that I ask questions to. So for example, like if I need help for a certain task, then I'll ask like this person first. And then within the same day or like within the same hour, if I need another help, I'll like ask someone else who is able to help me as well. So I think this is like interpersonal skills, right? You learn to pick your battles along the way. So yeah, I think the takeaway is like don't be afraid to make mistakes, and also like be smart about how you ask questions to other people.
So for me, the learning curve was definitely something that I struggled with during my internship, and even now as a full-timer. So I guess one method to navigate would be what we've been trying to say, reaching out to people. And that's where the internship program again helped me a lot, because the firm acknowledges that as new interns, we are fearful having to step into and transiting into this huge environment. So they have in place a very strong structured support system for us, whereby managers, buddies, recruiters are all available to help us. So I remember having a lot of catch-ups with my buddy, asking her questions like, how does the firm operate? Is there anything I should take note of? And it works out very well because these buddies, most of our buddies, were also in the software engineer program themselves previously. So they know exactly what we're going through and are able to give us advice on that. So in fact, I'm also a buddy to a new intern this year as well. So it's like a cycle. And I guess apart from reaching out to people, what I've also tried would be to tap on the resources available. And that is where working in a huge firm like JP Morgan, again, has its benefits. We have a lot of resources. We have our internal learning tool. We have a lot of tech primers that you can make use of and learn from. We have internal forums, and we have a huge database of documentation, which I'm very thankful for. So now anything I'm unsure of, I just type it in the search, and chances are there will be documentation on it, or at least somewhere that I know I can start from. Yep.
Okay, so for me, right, the biggest challenges that I faced throughout my 6 months internship with SFA, right, would be the internal shift. So what do I mean by internal shift, right? So I was being put in a situation where many colleagues comes and go. So these colleagues they are like, especially if these colleagues are very bonded with me, right? They are the reason why actually I want to go work and I have fun, but due to personal reason they have to leave. And I think this is very normal, right, for any organization. But it's inevitable to have the thoughts that when these people leave, you also will have the thoughts of leaving as well. So how do I actually navigate through these negative thoughts, right, would be to have a strong mindset. So there's this quote I think everybody would know, right? Whenever you feel like giving up, remind yourself why you started. So I asked myself, was it because of these people that I joined SFA, or was it because that I want to be exposed to the fintech industry that got me into like agreeing to join SFA? And the later was the answer, and the later was why I persevered through. And I believe that this itself, right, applies to any other challenges that we face in life. Like whenever we feel like giving up, we ask ourselves, why do we want to join this internship? What outcome that we want to be? And use it, and basically just be firm in what we think is good for us, be firm in what we think is, be firm in what we want to do, and subsequently and naturally we will be able to eliminate all other noises. But despite all the challenges that we face, and I believe that internship experience are memorable. So what are some of the most memorable experience that, if I have to pick one, what would be one of your most memorable experience?
For me, what's memorable, I think generally would be actually be the friends that I've made through the internship, as cringy as it sounds, because it's a program, so there were about 30 of us in Singapore and even more in India and Hong Kong. And since it's a program, it helped to foster a bond between us, and it's very reassuring knowing that there's this bunch of people who are going through what you're going through. They're experiencing the same struggles, so I didn't feel as lonely and scared in this journey. And most of us, we have also converted to full-time now, so we still hang out, have lunch together whenever we're in office. So I think that's very memorable for me.
So for me, I think the people definitely play a part, but I think my greatest internship experience came from the planning the Global FinTech Accelerator, which is happening on the left side of the hall actually. If you are free, can go and check out the demo session. But anyway, I was part of the planning core team of the Global FinTech Accelerator, where I actually managed to talk to various stakeholders about what the program is, like why it's beneficial for you to take out the program. And it actually like kind of I put myself out to get like comments and feedbacks from my bosses as I go along with the work that I'm doing. So I think for that was like a huge learning curve for me, having to go out and like find participants or like talking to the internal stakeholders. So yeah, that would be my most memorable experience working in MAS.
So my most memorable experience would be here, the Singapore FinTech Festival. So basically, I continue with SFA because I want to be involved in the preparation of SFF. And you know how I've said that I've been to SFF since 2017. So it was really an honor to be finally like came to SFF as a different identity, and also because I've been doing this internship while schooling, right? So I have to juggle with both schools, tests, assignments, and also with the crazy preparation of SFF. And I think Angeline here, who is put in the same situation as me, having to deal with have to deal with Talent Pavilion and also schools, right? Being in the same school, so she sure can vouch that how overwhelming and stressful that the whole experience it is, and it's because it's so stressful that it's so memorable. So basically, as much as it stresses us out or it's overwhelming, right? But ultimately, it's something that we agree to do, we want to do, and we are willing to do it. And it's also through the experience that push us further, allowing us to like realize our true capabilities in terms of how well we can manage our time, our workload and stress. And I believe that this is through such valuable experience that allow us to grow more out of it, like our comfort zone. So
I'd just like to add on to like your previous like statement, which I really agree with. I think all of us can agree also, like how when we are put in like tough situations, it's really the time where we kind of prosper and like bloom into the flower that we are. I think like the saying is like what flowers bloom in adversities, and I think it's so true, because when you are put in like a very difficult situation, what you'll think first is probably not to cry, but like crying too, but like you'll think of problem solving. So it forces you to get into that flow mode of like problem solving, critical thinking and stuff like that. So that's where you really like thrive in adversity. Yeah.
Maybe to add on to that, I have this favorite quote of mine: difficult route often leads to beautiful destination. So this is exactly the beautiful destination that we are at. But anyways, moving on to the next question. What are some of the activities you picked up to boost your career during your internship? Hui Chen, would you like to go first?
So being a part of the software engineer program really provided me with a lot of opportunities to network with different teams. So I tried to make use of these avenues and attend these sessions whenever possible. And even as a full-timer now, talks on internal mobility, career progression are also very widely discussed within the firm. So I would try and attend these sessions so that I can gather information, know what are the steps that I have to take to get to where I want to be. And then I express these opinions through my monthly catch-up with my managers. So having catch-up with manager is definitely something that's very important, because it is through this catch-up where I'm able to know my progress, what I'm good at, anything I should work on from like an outside perspective, since my manager is able to view me more objectively from outside. So yeah, definitely have catch-ups with my manager. And so for example, in my most recent monthly catch-up with my manager, I voiced out to him that I wanted to try more of the stakeholder management piece, like talking to product owners, gathering requirements, because as a software engineer, especially since I'm so junior, I tend to focus on the technical implementation portion of things and I miss out on the bigger picture. So then my manager also agreed that he thinks this is the obvious next step for me to grow myself, and he assigned me with the development of a new feature. So currently now I'm working on exactly what I've said I wanted to try. So I've been talking to product owners, gathering requirements, and then based on these requirements, I'm creating technical tasks, groom them, and then explaining these tasks to my teammates for implementation later on in the sprint. So yeah, having catch-ups with my manager is something that I am doing and will continue to do to boost my career, because I believe that if I'm able to give the commitment, my manager will be able to provide me with the means to grow myself.
I think I agree with that, like entirely. When I was like working in MAS, I remember having to have like weekly to like bi-weekly meetups with my supervisors to like kind of check in with like my workload and to see like are there any areas that I can better improve on. So I think that like feedback loop between your supervisor and yourself kind of allows you to view your strengths and weaknesses from a different angle, because you as like a person, you would not, most of the time you will not be able to see like where your flaws are at. It usually happens when you get feedbacks from others and then you're like, oh yeah, maybe I do lack in that area, and then you start to improve in that area. So I think feedback loop is one. And then the other thing I did was that I think I was very disorganized then. I was dealing with a lot of administrative matters as well. So what I did is that I had to learn how to prioritize my things. I think when you go to the working world, most of the time you'll be flooded with a lot of things and they come in bits and pieces. But what you need to do is to kind of take that information in and try to manage yourself, manage your supervisors also, to kind of manage the expectations. I think I'm using the word managing a lot, but yes, it's all about like managing your internal and external stakeholders and having to prioritize your things well, your tasks well, to ensure that you perform to the best of your abilities. Yeah. How about you, Ethan?
Okay, so for me, I feel that the thing that helped me grow out of my internship, right, is definitely the word initiative. So what do I mean by that was that when I first started my internship, right, I honestly do not have a lot of things to do. And I felt very uneasy because I felt that like if I'm not doing anything, then I'm not learning anything, right? So what I do was to take the initiative to go around the office and ask the full-timers, do you need help? Can I help you with something? And basically I just showed my eagerness in wanting to contribute more, to the point where Ruben told me don't regret. So what he meant by that was he told me don't regret when I have a lot of things to do, which is true lah. Like subsequently I do have a lot of things to do. Sometimes it get a little bit overwhelming, but it doesn't matter, right? Because at least I'm doing something, and it's through doing something that I'm able to learn. I'm able to prove that I'm actually capable of doing something, and I'm able to prove that I'm trustable in doing tasks. So it's like how when we go out to work, we give our resume. People hire you based on your resume, but this resume may or may not reflect your true capability. So it is basically there's this saying, right? You hold in your hands the future of your world. So it's ultimately lies onto you to take the initiative to show people that you are eager in wanting to contribute, that you are capable, that you are trustable with important tasks. Yeah, so basically we are coming to the end of the panel, and I'm thankful to be here with Angeline and Hui Qian. But maybe before we leave, let's just share some advice to people who are heading to their first internship experience.
So as cliche as it sounds, having the right attitude and asking questions is very important. Because if you don't ask questions, we might end up with a lot of assumptions. And this is speaking from experience. Most of these assumptions might not be correct. So it's exactly like what Angeline said earlier. Damage control is worse than asking questions. So yeah, asking questions is very important. And I know that as new interns stepping into this huge environment for the first time, we might be afraid that we are bothering someone too much. So a tip from me would be to approach this in a round robin manner, whereby you ask someone from your team 1 or 2 questions, and then you move on to the next person, so that you don't end up bombarding someone with too many questions, and you yourself don't feel that bad either. Yeah, and right, and when we ask questions, I would say what's important is that we try to get to the root cause of the problem. So for example, like you face an error and then you ask your teammate gets back to you and he says, you just have to do this, and the error will be gone. And at this point, it's easy to just follow his instructions, but what's more important is to ask him how he even derived at this solution in the first place. Then he might tell you that, oh, I checked the database and then I checked the logs. I saw this error, which led me to believe that these are the steps we have to take to resolve it. So then the next time when you face a similar issue, you would know that you can start by checking the database and the logs. And trust me, when you're able to resolve an issue all by yourself, it will be super fulfilling.
Yeah, oh my god, I agree with that so much. I think for me, I kind of want to start with a quote like this saying about how when things are going well, don't let it get to your head, but when things are not going well, don't let it get to your heart. So this quote reminds you that, when things are tough, you should not give up, you should persevere, and despite everything that's thrown in your face, right, you should just continue on to do the best that you can, and when things are going well, don't get too complacent. Always try to find pockets of areas that you can further improve yourself, and in that way, in that manner, when you have that self-reflection mode, or where you're able to kind of manage your own emotions and then later on reflect back on the experiences, then you'll get a more fulfilling internship journey. And I think this can also be said for work, because I think as of now I'm working as a project manager, and definitely when things are thrown my way, I do get anxious at times. But when I sit down and reflect back, I think it's one of the best ways that I can kind of improve on areas that I have never noticed before. So yeah, sometimes making mistakes are the best ways to learn and to grow as well, because when you make the mistakes, you feel, oh yeah, I know this happened, and then I will try my best to remember and not commit it another time.
Yeah, so I actually very much agree with them. Don't be afraid to try, don't be afraid to ask, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. Basically, we don't know what we don't know, right? And we don't know what we are actually capable of if we don't try. But for me, my one advice would be what I've mentioned earlier, and I'll like to re-emphasize them. Basically, when you're about to quit, remember why you started. So maybe before you embark on your internship, write down somewhere on what you want to achieve, why do you actually join this internship, and what do you want to get out of it. So actually, recently I found in my notes, a note dated 3rd May 2022. Basically, it's the day before I started my internship with SFA. I actually written what I wanted to achieve in SFA. Basically to network with people, to be more comfortable in talking to people, and definitely to be exposed to the fintech industry, which I did it, and I'm happy to be able to complete my journey with SFA lah. So basically, maybe remind yourself why you actually started, and use this as your motivation, as your guidance in everything that you're going to do subsequently. Yeah, so thank you everyone for joining us in this panel today, and we are very honored to be sharing with you our internship experience, and hope that our sharing has been very impactful and effective for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey there, and welcome to the Talent Pavilion at the Singapore FinTech Festival 2022. My name is Lewis Garrett, and I'm a partner at the HR consultancy Mercer. And today we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the talent landscape in FinTech, how financial services is changing, and how organizations are adapting to a tight labor markets and to give people new opportunities for exciting careers. I'll also give you in the audience a few thoughts and ideas about the kind of people that we think will thrive in the fintech industry and some things you can do to take action to be able to better forward your own careers. Let me take a minute to share my materials. So we're really excited to be here today, and we called this Fitting into FinTech. And as I said, what we'd really like to do is to give you a sense for how we see technology colliding with the financial services industry and the opportunities that that creates. If you'd like to stay in touch with us, then please don't hesitate to connect with me on social media. I'm a very active poster, so both on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and you can find articles that I've written on media outlets like the Harvard Business Review. My background is in workplace psychology, or organizational psychology, as it's sometimes known. And so I'm really, really interested in studying people at work, figuring out what makes them tick, understanding how to best use their talent, capability, and potential, and finding them organizations where they can really be their best selves at work. So please do connect with us. We would love to stay connected with you and for you to interact with our thoughts and ideas, as and not just at this conference, but also in the future as well. So it's kind of obvious to say that fintech is the convergence or the collision of financial services and technology sectors. But one of the things we really notice about this collision is both of these sectors have very different cultures and work styles. Financial services, perhaps one of the oldest industries in certainly developed economies, heavily regulated, very carefully connected to global economic systems. And of course, the opportunities for work opportunities there are really around payments, the opportunity to create the financial lubricant that makes the economies run, creates a certain kind of culture of prudence, of care, and sometimes of perhaps even a lack of pace in some organizations. Technology, a very, very different, more disruptive culture, where we find technology organizations challenging the status quo, really not often regulated by many governments around the world, although perhaps that's changing a little bit. Of course, often disrupting and creating entirely new ways of working and doing things. And so bringing these two different sectors together creates an entirely different ecosystem that we need to think carefully about in terms of what kinds of skills and capabilities really fit in. Bringing technology into financial services, and what we can see is traditional players in financial services are starting to find new ways to reach their customers through digital channels, developing their own digital banks. Technology organizations are starting to see the opportunities in financial services and really starting to invest in new businesses, be it with payments or other types of financial service. And so, the confluence of this industry is not just startup organizations, it's also in traditional financial services where perhaps the biggest opportunity is, but also then some technology organizations. Some examples, well, we know that many mainstream high street banks have developed their own digital banking platforms. It's becoming even easier to interact with their services these days. There are technology businesses that are looking at financial services, let's say like Grab's new digibank partnership with Singtel. They're really reaching out into that area of opportunity because they see so many payments coming through their platform already. They really see an opportunity to help people better manage their finances. And of course, then pure play fintech organizations that are emerging in payments, in cryptocurrency, and a whole range of other fields. So it's a really interesting and exciting time, really changing the way that economies work. And in financial services specifically, these digital platforms are now becoming the preferred way that they engage with their customers. And yes, there are new competitors and new opportunities, but also new partnerships and completely different product and service offerings. But one of the key things that we really find intriguing about this sector is the opportunity to start to really put purpose beyond profit. A lot of fintech organizations are trying to make it easier to reach perhaps previously disenfranchised customers. People who need the most help with financial services are often very difficult to reach. And so it's becoming far easier to democratize and help those people to make payments, to transfer money, to get access to loans or other financial services. And we're really seeing now the employee base in finance really starting to get excited about the opportunities to really start to put purpose at the forefront of their work lives, to really make a difference, to help people to really transform the way particularly emerging economies work, but also to make the day-to-day experience of interacting with financial services far more engaging. And what we do notice as well is the influence of technology on financial services really starts to cause organizations to think differently about how they organize and how they get their work done. And for people who are seeking careers in these various industries, be it in finance, becoming more digital, in technology, leaning into financial services, or new startup organizations, a lot of these different types of work require us to think very differently about how we manage the workplace experience for people. So traditional industrial organizations are typically managed as hierarchies and pyramids. They're very top down. They're very bureaucratic. They have a lot of rules, and your job ends up being very specialized in a silo somewhere in the organization. The influence of tech is really creating a much more agile workplace where we want to move people around to try different things. We take a much more skills-based view of our people so that we can move them to opportunities to solve important and interesting problems. We can combine people with different skills and capabilities to really take advantage of opportunities or solve big and important problems. And so the teamwork, the way that we create internal mobility, the kind of culture the organization has becomes a lot more important. And it really also shifts the role of leadership. And this is challenging traditional career models. It's no longer acceptable, really, to come into an organization, expect us to climb a ladder. Really, what we're interested in, and what a lot of organizations in this space are interested in, is really looking at people through a skills-based lens. What capabilities do they bring into the organization? What kind of problems can they solve? Are they good at combining those capabilities with other types of people? And so career paths are really being disrupted. And we can see this showing up in the way that HR functions within financial services are starting to think about their top priorities. As these big financial services companies, or frankly, organizations across the fintech sector start to look at customer engagement, they really start to understand that actually they need employees with a completely different set of skills. So yes, HR teams are starting to say, well, what should our future workforce look like? How can we better plan that workforce and create different employment models? Not just employ people full-time, but also invest more in their training and growth and personal development, but also perhaps start to look at new models where we borrow talent from other industries, forming partnerships, creating more gig economy type roles so that we can bring talent in and out of the organization to solve problems when we have them. And obviously that can give people who are looking for that kind of work lots of interesting and exciting opportunities to try many new things. Aligned to this, you see HR teams really now looking at upskilling and reskilling as a critical component of what they're offering. And that means for people coming into this industry, they really need to be able to learn on the go. It's learning agility becomes a critical capability because the job that you start with very often isn't the job you have within 6 months. It's so fast paced. And then last, to support all of this, you really see HR teams starting to say, how do we build these skills-based talent processes to really get a better understanding of the skills and capabilities we have, what skills we need, and how we mix those skills together to create the right outcomes and levels of performance that we need to see in our organizations. It's a really fascinating and interesting time. So how does that really change the way that we work? What does that mean perhaps for you? Traditionally, in those very hierarchical pyramid-based organizations, we tend to think of careers as just moving through different job grades. As you become better at your work, in your specialism, you might become a more senior person, you acquire additional experience and technical expertise, and you would plod your way up a career ladder, climbing slowly up the rungs. And that's really where your job is based around a particular set of tasks that you're doing over and over again. And so the more experiences you have, the better you tend to get at them, the more productive you become. But actually, as we just mentioned, that's really not the world of work today. A lot of what happens to people at work in the modern economy is entirely novel. It's new. Every day they turn up and perhaps they're solving a new problem. And so in recent years, organizations have moved away from this focus on just what someone does within their job to a bigger focus on the kind of problems they can solve and how easy it is to move this person around to solve new kinds of problems. And that's what we call, these roles. Rather than jobs, we call them roles. They're broader. They have more accountability focus or skills focus. And we organize people then in a very different way. It means that you're not just climbing a career ladder. Sometimes we call this the climbing wall career, where you can change direction, move laterally, move up a bit, move down a bit, depending on what your particular developmental aspirations are, what your skills and experiences currently are, so where you are in your career journey, how you want to pivot and change your focus during your career. And these new career models really enable you to be able to try different things. But some organizations are really just blowing that whole system up and just really looking at organizing people around the skills that they have, the skills clusters that they bring to work. And what they do then is they match people to opportunities in their organization based on an internal talent marketplace. It's a really interesting and exciting way of being able to access work. You are using a technology matched to different projects, gig opportunities, or other kinds of work. We're using an AI that understands your skills and capabilities and the kinds of skills and capabilities that are needed to solve different kinds of problems, and helps managers build teams that enable them to be agile and move quickly, to innovate and to better serve customers. So as a community, as technology comes into financial services, that collision occurs. It creates new opportunities for new companies. It transforms existing companies. It brings existing technology players into this sector. We need to be thinking about job progression and development in a really different way. Organizations are starting to approach this in a far more innovative and far more flexible way than ever before. Perhaps you might say that this is really hybrid working. It's not where you work, it's more about what you bring to your employer and what kind of work you have access to. So that all sounds nice, bit theoretical. So what are the kind of skills and capabilities that organizations are looking for in this sector? And of course, there are lots of different client use cases, lots of different ways in which mobile payments, blockchain, the analytics, cloud computing, and cybersecurity are transforming the way that financial services works. And you can see here everything from bots to enabling safe, reliable, secure transfers, developing a platform ecosystem. All of these things are becoming more important in financial services. And underneath that, across the second row here, you can really see the kind of skills and capabilities that we see as important for organizations and individuals to develop in order to be able to access these opportunities. Everything from there are some broad technology capabilities like agile UI design, understanding user experiences, being able to use, let's say, cloud-based technologies like OpenStack and AWS, being able to build cybersecurity skills, network and cloud security, and other cybersecurity capabilities. All of these things are becoming more important across the whole sector. And one of the things that we really notice is actually, while there are some people who have these capabilities, there's a huge opportunity to continue to build these skills. And of course, financial services is not the only sector that's interested in these kinds of skills. So competition for talent is really, really fierce. What we also notice is that training and degrees and these sorts of things, it's not really widely available in a really applied way in many places, like, not just in Singapore, but everywhere. It's really nascent. The industry is moving so quickly. And that means the people who have the best skills and capabilities, the ones that you can learn from best, are actually usually working in big organizations. They're there at the front line, developing and innovating new ways to do these things. And so that's a bit of a shift from what we've seen in the past. We used to look to universities to build knowledge and innovate, and then to bring those sorts of new capabilities in the industry, those new powers. But these days, we actually see a bit of a reverse, and industry leads, innovates very quickly, takes advantage of the commercial opportunities, and then actually universities catch up afterwards. So, getting close to where the work happens is a really, really great way to learn quickly and to pick up new skills and capabilities. I think the other thing that's really important to take note of here is that, yes, there's a lot of technical skills that are needed, but we also need critical core skills, those soft skills that enable us to learn quickly, to interact with others, to be able to bring our skills to work and connect them with other people's skills so that we can perform well as a team and really solve those big, important customer problems. And I think it's really important to bear in mind that it's not just about building technical depth, it's also about having the soft skills needed in order to really be able to have a sustainable learning journey. The other thing that we've really noticed, and as I mentioned at the beginning, is what people want from work has shifted. And this is not just the addition of young people coming into the workplace. In recent years, with the COVID-19 pandemic, digital transformation, and now ESG transformations or sustainability transformations, we're really starting to see people thinking differently about what they want from work. We use this simple model to help clients understand what could they offer in their employee value proposition. At the base level, you'll see things that we talk about. These are core components of the deal where you have to be competitive. So yes, compensation and benefits matters, but increasingly, we also see flexibility as an incredibly important part of the employee value proposition. In fact, we had to add flexibility here over the last couple of years because in so many places in the world, it's becoming a given, a basic ask from people. And I think if you're thinking about joining fintech and starting to think about what the opportunities are to increase your earning potential, you really need to think very carefully about compensation benefits, about the employee value proposition you're looking for. If you join a big established organization, yes, they might be able to have the depth of capital and financial firepower to be able to be very competitive on pay and benefits and maybe flexibility. But you'll probably participate less in the equity growth of that organization, depending on how senior you are. However, if you decide to join an exciting startup, yes, that's more risky. Perhaps they won't have the depth of financial capital that allows them to pay the same level of compensation and benefits, but you can really participate in the equity growth of that business far more, and that can be really exciting for some people. Flexibility also, I think, is really key. In smaller startup organizations, we tend to see one person wearing many hats. You get to try many different roles. And also they tend to be a little bit more flexible, perhaps because they'll have a smaller office or maybe even no office at all. And they'll have a very different work culture. A group of founders building an organization is really different from an established management hierarchy. When it comes to careers and well-being, again, flexibility matters, but of course, big organizations often have well-developed career ladders. But I think what's really important to keep in mind is this is an industry, fintech, that's challenging the status quo, that is at the forefront of innovation. And so as a career opportunity, it's a great way to get close to where the learning is happening. So if you're someone who's passionate about acquiring new skills and capabilities and being at the forefront of innovation, it can be a great industry for you to work in. Last, as I mentioned earlier, a deep sense of purpose. This is where organizations can really make themselves unique. We really find over the last couple of years that many employees are starting to say to themselves, why do I go to work? What is it for? Over and above just earning $1 to make a living, what do I really connect to? What do I find meaningful? And increasingly, fintech organizations are really putting their purpose at the forefront of their employee value proposition. They're trying to show you how working with their organization can really transform people's lives all over the world to make it easier and simpler for them to access financial services. So fintech can be an exciting career, but what sort of person would thrive there? It's a really great question. In my point of view, and based on the psychological research and looking at the kind of work we think fintech would offer, there are really 4 things that stand out. The first is you need to be open to new experiences. You need to be curious and interested in new ideas, constantly wanting to learn. Okay with change. It's a sector that's growing, that's developing, that will change directions, and so it's really important that you find those new experiences interesting and that you're constantly learning from them. And connected to that, you need to be able to have the emotional resilience to handle failure. When you're trying new things, when you're innovating, when you're disrupting, when you're trying to penetrate new markets and help people do things differently, there will be a lot of wrong turns. And so you really need to be able to be resilient and handle those failures and learn from them quickly. Third, you need to be in it for the long haul. Quick wins are great, but when we're looking at the longer term development of the sectors like this, like fintech, we really start to have to think about what is the long-term purpose. And if you do, for example, join a startup, you have to be able to really be on board with their long-term vision and how they're trying to transform the way that financial services works. If you want to be part of a bigger, more established organization, you want to work in the sort of fintech area where bringing technology into more traditional financial services businesses, you need to be ready to confront the fact that many people find the way it currently works just fine. And so there'll be some resistance to change. So you really have to be engaged in the long journey. And then last, let's be really honest with each other. We're talking about people's money. It's their life at stake. And so it's important not to be reckless and to be prudent and to be thoughtful about what regulators are trying to do, to be able to look after customers and to be very, very thoughtful about the kind of risks and opportunities you're creating for people. So being prudent, careful, and being really aware of the risks associated with what you're doing is a critical talent factor. So what's my advice? What advice would I leave for everybody here? Be you looking for a role or an employer of roles, a leader? I think all of these things are relevant. The first is always be self-aware. Gather as much insight into who you are and what skills you already have so that you can think carefully and strategically about the skills you want to invest in. Self-awareness is an incredibly useful attribute, really understanding yourself, how you show up to others. And actually, in our research, and if you're interested, you can read a book called Work Without Jobs, which was written by Mercer's global head of transformation. And in that book, he mentions that if you ask people to write down their skills and then use an AI to import their job history and then produce a set of skills, you usually find that the AI will discover 3 times as many skills as people can mention for themselves. So actually, you need to really look more broadly and try to learn as much about your existing skills and capabilities and how you can combine those together and where your opportunities to invest in learning really are, so that you can see how you can be part of this journey. Second, find something meaningful for you. And one of the reasons why having meaning and purpose in our lives is so helpful is because it really helps us be resilient and take on those challenges. I really like the quote that's often attributed to Steve Jobs, which is, in order to do something really hard, you need to raise a lot of energy. You need to really believe in it. If you're going to challenge the status quo and change how things work, you have to be ready to be able to face tough challenges, a lot of resistance, and be able to really push through. And the way to do that is to feel that what you're doing really matters. So really think about what do you want to be part of? What's important to you? What would you personally find meaningful? Why do you want to show up every day? And then last, be ready for many changes on the way. In emerging industries, in areas that are new, developing, and disruptive, there will always be a change of course. Be ready to pivot. Be ready to understand that your current path is not the right one for you or perhaps even the organization that you're working with, and changes will occur. If you believe in this industry and you believe that fintech is the future, then you'll find new opportunities, but you have to be ready and willing to be open to those changes. So thank you very much for spending these few minutes with me. I really appreciate it. I hope you find this insightful, interesting, informative. Please do stay connected with us. And as we say at Mercer, welcome to Brighter. Thanks so much.
Mr. Kiran Kumar, Deputy Chief Executive of Development, Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA. Ms. Gillian Tan, Assistant Managing Director of the Development and International Group, Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS. Professor John Tong, Deputy President Academic and Provost, SIT. Mr. Sylvester Lau, Head of Talent Acquisition, AIA Singapore. Mr. Eric Ho, Executive Director, Talent Acquisition Group, DBS Bank. Mr. Rupesh Mehta, Delivery Manager, Infosys Limited. Mr. Kenneth Gunn, Vice President, Group Human Resources, OCBC Bank. Ms. Neta Nair, Head of Future Ready Workforce, Prudential Singapore. Ms. Gil Rees, Global Head of HR for Transformation, Technology and Operation, Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Brian Lim, Executive Director, Head of Group Talent and Development, United Overseas Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Harish Pandyan, a recent graduate from SIT Electrical Power Engineering program and your MC for today. This afternoon's program will consist of two segments. The first segment will be the signing of Memoranda of Understanding between SIT and 7 industry partners, namely AIA, DBS Bank, Infosys, OCBC Bank, Prudential, Standard Chartered Bank and United Overseas Bank. The second segment is a presentation by Ms. Gil Rees from Standard Chartered Bank on hiring, retaining and developing local talent in Singapore amidst a highly competitive environment. Without further ado, allow me to invite Professor John Tong, Deputy President Academic and Provost SIT, up on stage to deliver his welcoming remarks. Professor Tong, please.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. It's been quite an exciting event and it's wonderful to see you here. So, distinguished guests from MAS, IMDA, industry partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everyone. I want to start off by thanking committees of the Singapore FinTech Festival for hosting this MOU signing ceremony. Our partners from the finance sector and SIT, with support from IMDA and MAS, have jointly developed a work-study degree program, the Bachelor of Science with Honours in Applied Computing, with a specialization in FinTech, to train the future workforce in the finance sector. This degree specialization will equip graduates with essential computing and finance knowledge. Students will receive training in software engineering, applied computing, and machine learning, with domain knowledge for the finance sector under a term-in, term-out model. Students will be provided with relevant work attachment and learning opportunities through SIT's Integrated Work Study Program, or what we call the IWSP, and industrial projects. And this will enable them to develop practical skills required by the finance sector. Students will go through a total of 16 months of industry attachments over a 3-year period. With the signing of this MOU, we look forward to jointly exploring workplace learning initiatives to upskill employees in the finance sector. This includes supporting staff training and specialized training programs to keep up to date with the latest technologies and practices. Beyond training the future and current workforce, we also look forward to identifying opportunities for SIT to participate in relevant FinTech projects to deliver integrated solutions to address business challenges in the finance sector. Once again, I would like to thank the industry partners for your support for this partnership and look forward to growing our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tong. Once again, today SIT will be signing the Memoranda of Understanding with 7 industry partners: AIA, DBS Bank, Infosys, OCBC Bank, Prudential, Standard Chartered Bank, and United Overseas Bank. The MOU seeks to support the finance sector by training the current and future workforce and collaborating on FinTech projects to deliver solutions to address business challenges. I would like to invite the following signatories forward for the signing ceremony. Professor John Tong, Deputy President Academic and Provost SIT. Mr. Sylvester Lau, Head of Talent Acquisition, AIA Singapore. Mr. Eric Ho, Executive Director, Talent Acquisition Group, DBS Bank. Mr. Rupesh Mehta, Delivery Manager, Infosys Limited. Mr. Kenneth Gunn, Vice President, Group Human Resources, OCBC Bank. Ms. Neta Nair, Head of Future Ready Workforce, Prudential Singapore. Ms. Gil Rees, Global Head of HR for Transformation, Technology and Operations, Standard Chartered Bank. Mr. Brian Lim, Executive Director, Head of Group Talent and Development, United Overseas Bank. I would also like to invite the following representative on stage to witness the signing. Mr. Kiran Kumar, Deputy Chief Executive of Development, Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA. Ms. Gillian Tan, Assistant Managing Director of the Development and International Group, Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS. Ladies and gentlemen, please sign on the document in front of you. Thank you. Would the signatories please hold on to the MOU for the group photo? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry.
Great job, by the way.
Thank you. So we can.
I'm the short one, so I'll join the front. Yes, please. Sorry, ma'am, the mic turned off or not. Very short.
Thank you, everyone. This marks the end of the first segment of the program. We will take a 3 minutes break before resuming the program. Okay, sorry. The global fintech industry is expected to grow around 20% by 2025. Given the high demand and increasing skills shortage, the competition for tech talent is fierce. It is our pleasure to invite Ms. Gil Rees, Global Head of HR for Transformation, Technology and Operation, to share with us how Standard Chartered Bank successfully continues to hire, retain and develop local talent in Singapore in a very competitive environment. Ms. Gil Rees, please.
Good afternoon. I feel very honoured and privileged to be with all of you this afternoon and be sharing our thoughts on the global war for talent and skills. And at Standard Chartered, we are thinking about that both locally and globally. And it's not unexpected that we sign the MOU here at the FinTech Festival. I think it demonstrates how thriving Singapore is as an economy, both for financial services, technology and innovation. And for me, it gives an incredible opportunity to our local talent if we work together. That's one of the key messages that we are talking about internally, but very keen that across financial services, across education, across government bodies, that we fight this battle for talent together, because the competition is fierce globally. And I see lots of nods in the audience. You know, we are competing globally for talent. So selling Singapore, helping candidates both locally and globally understand both the lifestyle but the thriving career opportunities that people can have in Singapore is something that we think is very important. I think there are about 50 global and regional innovation hubs in Singapore today and 1,400 fintechs, which includes our very own SC Ventures, which is an ecosystem of business leaders, tech, and consumers where we're looking to reimagine banking. There's some really, really exciting and very leading edge careers and opportunities for local people in Singapore. Our tech function, like many in Singapore, is one of the largest in the world. And the development center, it competes with most technology businesses. One of the things we need to do is make that known locally, but do that with our competitors. We don't see you as competitors. We do see building skills as a national imperative that we need to do together. And of course, local people will move from bank to bank maybe, and that's fine, because all that's doing is building the capability of the people in Singapore and making a difference in our businesses. So it's a win-win. So very much one of collaboration. Education for us is a key enabler. I am a product of a work-study degree. Did it many, many years ago. I did it at Aston University in Birmingham, and the track record of employment at Aston is as strong today as it was 30 years ago. And the employability of students, when they get that practical work experience and work with industry to help shape the curriculum, and students get exposed to leaders and real business problems, for me makes a massive difference. My son is also a product of a work-study degree, and he went on a one-year study, actually internationally from the UK, and he went a boy and he came back a man. It transformed him, absolutely transformed him. So the work-study opportunity is very close to my own heart, as both myself and my family have benefited from it. But how do we tackle this war for skills? And we see it with two priorities, local and global. And we don't see those as competing. We see those as complementary, starting with local, informed by a workforce plan. It's definitely a priority for us at Standard Chartered, is to build out a skills plan and a job plan with some timing, so that we can inform both the education sector about the type of skills and the roles that will be emerging at pace. The workforce plan, I'm really, really delighted to see that the government also see this as an opportunity for us at a country level, and we'll be very, very happy to partner and share our data as we develop that plan. The collaboration I've mentioned, you'll get fed up of me talking about the need for collaboration. But the MOU for me is a critical step today, because it'll turn out students that are adaptable, have some relevant skills for now, but also I'm hoping we'll have the learning agility to adapt as we move forward, because we don't know exactly what technologies and what jobs we will be adopting in 3 years' time. So that building that learning agility, and Singaporeans who are comfortable with change and curious and go and seek change, we believe is one of the key success factors. The war for skills, though, is not only global. There are some critical skills, not only local, there are some critical skills that we need to hire globally. And that's either because we can't train locals fast enough for our business demands, the skills don't exist today, and we're very, very happy that the visa arrangements have changed recently that makes that easier for us to hire those really specialized skills. Step one for us is the workforce plan. Step two is ensuring we haven't got the skills amongst our locals and that we can't train them fast enough, and only then will we go global. We have a lot of global functions at Standard Chartered. Our cyber function is led from here, our data function is led from here. So the benefit of hiring specialist skills, particularly at a senior level, is to transfer that knowledge again to locals. I don't think we've cracked that yet, but certainly as we're hiring people, we're making it clear our expectations that that is one of their accountabilities, that they transfer that knowledge over time. So the war for skills needs to be fought on many, many fronts. There are things we know today, there are so many things we don't know about tomorrow. And again, working together in partnership with education, with government, with our competing business colleagues, and really anticipating what might come, we believe is very important. So to summarize, it is about collaboration. We don't know everything yet, so sharing knowledge, partnering with all the institutions, the relevant institutions, as well as other companies, and sharing knowledge and ideas. I believe Singapore is exceptionally well placed. 9,400 new jobs in financial services in 22, 3,000 of those in technology. And technology is driving more economic growth and will drive more jobs availability for locals. So the need for retraining, upskilling, degrees has never ever been more important. But I think we're very, very well placed as a country if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilreys. Professor Tong would like to present you with a token of appreciation. Sorry.
That's our new campus in Congo, 2024.
Thank you, Professor Tong and Ms. Rees. We have come to the end of our program. I hope that you are having a good time at the Singapore FinTech Festival. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone here. Thank you for joining us at the Talent Pavilion. My name is Karine. I'm from Workforce Singapore, and for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to bring you through a tiny session that we have called Addressing Your Hiring Needs if you're an employer with our career conversion programs. So because I only have 20 minutes, right, I'm going to tell you what's in store. Okay, so firstly, I'll bring you guys through an introduction. I'll tell you who we are, and I'll tell you a bit about what we will do for the next 15 minutes. And secondly, I actually have a very special guest who's waiting down here. I'm going to be interviewing him for the bulk of this session. Okay, so stay tuned to find out who he is. And lastly, I'm going to provide you with some concrete next steps. If you're interested in what we're doing here today, interested in anything that I'm saying, these are some of the things that I'm going to tell you that you can do if you want to take a next step. Okay, so let's just jump right into it. So again, my name is Karine. I'm from Workforce Singapore. This is our logo, literally with our name on it. We are a stat board under the Ministry of Manpower, and basically we oversee the transformation of the local workforce. So when I say transformation of the local workforce and industry, it means that we work with both employers as well as job seekers, okay, in order to try to meet the ongoing economic business challenges. All right, so there's a program that I really want to share with all of you today. It's in the event title. It's called the Career Conversion Program. So I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but if I could just have your attention for the next 1 minute, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this program works. So basically, if you are an employer and you hire a new employee who's a Singaporean, or if you would like to reskill an existing employee who may also be a Singaporean, what we can do is we can actually support you to put the employee through on-the-job training, and if you would like, some optional structured facilitated training. So structured facilitated training is basically like classroom courses, right? And then after undergoing that, which we will be supporting you for, the individual eventually becomes job ready, whether they are a reskilled existing employee or a new employee that you have hired. And of course, there's some eligibility criteria here. The fine print is all in our website. I will direct you to that later on at the end of the session. Okay, so I just want you to get the general idea of what a career conversion program is, because I'm going to get a guest speaker to tell you more about that later on. Okay, so I know that those of you who are employers here, funding is very important to you. So this is something that I hope grabs your attention. I'm going to stand at the side so you can see the numbers, okay? Okay, so there's two kinds of funding. Salary support is probably the higher portion of the funding. So basically, we fund minimum 70% of salary support for the duration that the individual is being reskilled. So for instance, if you hire a new, maybe like HR executive, and that person wasn't a HR executive before, but he or she is a career switcher, you put them through the program, then you get funded for maybe 3 to 6 months long, depending on how long the training is. Okay, but if the individual is a mature Singaporean, or if the individual was long-term unemployed, then you get up to 90%. So these salary caps, they are on our website as well, and they apply to the maximum payout per month. And of course, if you do go for classroom training, course fee is also subsidized. Okay, so maybe some of you may be wondering, sounds interesting, but how successful has our career conversion program been, right? Well, here are some figures. These are the latest figures I have from 2022. Basically, we have placed meaning gotten individuals hired or reskilled. We have placed 39,000 of them so far since we started these career conversion programs in 2016. On average, that means that we get about 5,000 individuals hired and or reskilled. And actually, a whopping 90% of the placed candidates remain employed with their employer for 18 months, after 18 months. So this is something that we want to tell you that there is actually a track record, and if you haven't heard of this, do consider it. So, okay, I know this one is a bit small, but basically, if you cannot see the small words, right, just look at the colored portions. Basically, this shows you the different areas that we actually have existing career conversion programs for. So if you're an employer, how to look at this is think about what are the existing vacancies that you have, and if they match to any of these areas, because it means that you could consider these programs for your new hire. If you're a job seeker, you can think about which, and you want to switch roles, you can think about which of these areas you would like to pivot into for your new career. And these are the existing programs that are available for you as well. Okay? Okay, so don't worry, this is actually all on our website as well. Later on, I will direct you guys to the link that will actually show you basically the entire laundry list of programs that either you as an employer or a job seeker, you can actually participate in. So now without further ado, I would actually like to introduce our special guest. He's actually in the first row here with us. So over here you see there's two names. Michelle couldn't make it, so this is Ray. Basically, he's from Med School by Chatsworth Media Academy. And why we invited him up is because he is actually the program partner of one of our career conversion programs. He manages the career conversion programs for design professionals, for UX, UI, very relevant to a lot of the companies that are here today. So Ray, let's take a seat and let's hear more about, how the career conversion program works.
Hello. Hey, hi. Hey, thank you for having me here, Karin. I'm Ray from Med School. You can see from my shirt, it's quite evident. So we are a design school, advertising and design school, have been around since 2003. A program partner with WSG for the design professional and UX UI design track. So we have been training professionals into this track since even before we come on board as program partner. Right now we have been putting professionals and individuals into different companies as UX, UI designers through a 6 months program that we are doing together with WSG.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Ray. And seeing as I think many of the people here may be employers, why do you think employers should participate in the career conversion program?
Right. One of the reasons definitely will be the salary support that you'll be having. Okay, 90% of salary support for a period of 6 months to 12 months, depending on the track that you are choosing. That is a big draw for a lot of employers. Secondly, will be that you'll be giving opportunities not only to individuals who wants to come into the sector, but also for existing staff who may want to become a UX UI designer, but didn't have a chance to come into this role to contribute more effectively into the company that they are in right now.
Thanks, Ray. So if I'm a company and I'm sold by the salary support and I want to participate in the program, how then do I go about finding career switches to hire?
Look for us. We have a good pool of candidates who have expressed interest through WSG that they want to be on board on this program. So these are different individuals who could be in the same industry at where your company is, or from different industry who has some experience, I would say maybe, working experience at least, to be able to help accelerate the company into greater heights. And also, apart from that, you can also definitely look for employees or new hires yourself through different channels that you have out there.
Thanks, Ray. And now that I have perhaps found my new employee or hired my new employee, and they are a career switcher, right? And I know I have to undergo training. So what does the training potentially look like for them?
Right. It's a 6 months program. So we are talking about around 2 to 5 days of trainings every month. Full day training, 9 to 6. It's all very hands-on. We are getting practitioners from the industry to come in to share and also to teach these individuals from little to no experience into full-fledged UX, UI designers. So they will be learning through a series of hands-on practice and project-based learning. So what happened is that we used to have evening classes in the past. It really took a toll on a lot of participants because they have to come over, after work and to attend evening classes 2 to 3 times a week. So we changed it radically into something that we seek employees' understanding to release them for training on a full-time basis. But it's just 2 to 5 days a month that we are talking about. So they'll be trained on skills like data analytics, UX design, UI design, web development, markup languages, etc., so that they will be well developed and trained into someone that will be useful for the company.
Exactly, and that's so important, because if you're trying to develop a technical skill, some level of formal training definitely is required. So now that since you have been a program partner with us for quite a while now, whoops, give me a moment, let me go back. Okay. Would you be able to give us an example, like a real life example of an employer or a job seeker who actually participated in this program?
Right. Example. Okay, well, we have one. We have someone who was a chemistry and biology graduate from one of the local U, and he always wanted to be a UX designer, but didn't have the chance to, and of course didn't have the opportunity to. There will be a lot of opportunity cost for him if you ask me, being a grad from a local U. But there was an employer who was willing to give him a chance, and because he was outsourcing this role, they are a digital agency, so they were outsourcing this role of UX design to external agency out there. So he was looking at him and interviewing him and found that, hey, he has great attitude, always wanted to come in, but didn't have the chance to. So it's a great match. It's a perfect match for them. You know, one thing to come in but didn't have the opportunity to, but the other always spending additional money, cost for them to be able to sub out this role for their clients. So he came on board and he's still with us, still with the company as well, working very happily. Always on time for the classes and doing very well now and enjoying the class a lot. So it's a win-win for the company and the employee alike for this case. I would think that would be a great example for a lot of companies to emulate.
That's actually a really great example because a lot of career switchers who don't have the technical skills actually have a lot of good transferable skills. They have a great attitude and they really just need an employer to give them a chance, right?
Right.
Yeah. So now that you have shared about the example and you probably have experienced some employers and job seekers and career switchers, what advice would you give both companies and job seekers who are looking to participate in the career conversion program?
Okay, for companies, I think it's important to have an open mindset, to be to be willing to give these candidates a chance to be able to embark on this new journey. Not saying that this guy has no experience in design, so we most probably will not be getting him or her in. So keep an open mind. It could be within the same industry that he or she has relevant experience in the industry to help to bring the company to the next level, like I've always said, and to be able to give them time to develop, because usually these people, these new hires that we are referring to, they are very passionate about this and they know that this chance is really hard to come by. Nobody will want to hire UX designer without experience, without this CCP, and that if you give them the chance to, I believe that they will be able to contribute very effectively, like what we have seen for the past many years that we've been running CCP to the company. And for job seekers, look out for companies that will benefit from this. I would say from the same industry, and also definitely keep an open mind as well, that the new things that you'll be embarking on, because some of them will be SME, you'll be doing a little bit more than UX UI design also, so design relevant stuff. So keep an open mind and learn wherever you can. All our trainers are practitioners, so they are bringing with them a wealth of experience into the training where they can benefit from, learn from them, get everything that you can from them within this 2 to 5 days a month, and to be able to take on more roles within the company, just volunteer yourself and to learn more things as you go along. I think that will be one of the best attitude that you can adopt when you come aboard the program.
Thanks for the words of advice, Ray. And would you have any final words you'd like to share with the audience here today?
Yes. Final words. Sounds a little bit morbid, but companies, please, 90% of funding that we are talking about for your new hires, okay, UX, UI designers, if you are looking for one, come on board, talk to us, talk to WSG. It's an opportunity that you shouldn't miss. If I'm an employer, I would want to. 90%, I'm basically paying 10%, even lesser than intern. For employees, job seekers, please don't think that there's no opportunities for you. There's always time and a chance for you to do a career switch. If you really want to do it, do it. Get the opportunity and just come into this industry. Fintech, financial, UX, UI, this is your chance. This is the chance that you don't want to miss, I would say.
Thank you so much, Ray, for joining us here today. Thank you. All right, so we have heard it from our program partner. Ray is just one of our program partners. We have tons of other career conversion programs. So if you are an employer or if you are a job seeker and you liked what you were hearing for the past 15 minutes and you're keen to find out more, keen to take the next step basically, here's what you can do. Okay, if you're an employer or a job seeker, I invite you to scan the QR code here. This basically directs you to our website, the WSG website, which lists the full and comprehensive list of career conversion programs that are available. So you can take a look. Look at, if you're an employer, look at which job vacancies you have that match those programs. If you're a job seeker, look at which roles you'd like to join or pivot into. And for employers, what you can do is contact the program partners of the career conversion program. So people like Ray, contact them. Their contact information is on our website because, as Ray said just now, they can also refer some potential career switches to you for consideration. Now, if you're a job seeker and you would like to switch careers, what you can do is very easy. You can actually submit your application for any of the career conversion programs directly via our website. So the links are all there. You just need to scan this QR code here. Okay, so we do have to end now, but if you have any questions, we don't have a Q&A session, but it's a networking session right after this. So Ray and I will both be standing by this area. Feel free to approach us if you're an employer or even if you're a job seeker and you have any questions regarding what we just shared. Thank you so much.